All right. I think we still have a few seconds until 5:45.
There's Lisa Larson. Okay.
Lisa's in. Good.
All right. Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, November 17th, Lawrence City Commission meeting. Before we start our meeting, we'll hear from Porter Arneal about some procedures for tonight's meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everybody. My name is Porter Arneal, and I'll be facilitating the Zoom video portion of the meeting tonight. With me here is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. She'll work alongside Mayor Ananda to help facilitate the meeting. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and public access cable channel 25. During the meeting, when you are not participating, please mute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon found on the lower left-hand side of the Zoom menu next to the video icon. When you are muted, a red line will appear over the icon. Muting your microphone during the meeting will make it easier for everyone to hear. You'll just have to remember to unmute if and when you want to speak. In some cases, I may mute or unmute people as needed to minimize distractions during the meeting. Please remember to state your name every time you speak for the benefit of those listening remotely. You can turn your video camera on or off by clicking the video icon in the menu. For the purposes of this public meeting, when you are participating in the meeting, please keep your video on. When you are not participating in the meeting, it is okay to turn your video off. You will still be able to listen to the meeting when your video is off. You'll just have to remember to turn your video back on when you are participating. Turning your video off when you are not participating will help make sure that the active meeting participants can be seen on the screen. In some cases, I may turn someone's video off if they are not actively participating to avoid distraction during the meeting. You can always turn your video back on during the meeting. If you're participating by phone, you can click *6 to unmute your phone, and you can click *9 if you want to raise your hand to provide public comment. For those using Zoom, somewhere on your screen you will see a choice to toggle between speaker and gallery view. Speaker view shows the active speaker. Gallery view tiles all the meeting participants. And now I turn it back over to Mayor Ananda.
Mayor, you are mute.
Fair enough. Thank you, Brad. Vice Mayor, I appreciate that. Before we move into our actual agenda, we will have some statements from Sherry Riedemann. I'm going to take roll prior to doing that. Vice Mayor Finkeldei?
Here.
Commissioner Bully?
Here.
Commissioner Larson?
Here.
Commissioner Shipley? Here. And we are all here and accounted for. Sherry Riedemann, would you please give us some information about the Open Meetings Act in this meeting?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, it's Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. I'm going to provide a few procedural reminders for the virtual meeting. Commissioners, you must state your name and title each time you speak. All motions will need to be stated clearly. After a motion is made and seconded, the mayor will call on commissioners individually to provide their vote. Mayor, you will then need to announce whether the motion carried and the count of the vote. Various members of city staff are present via Zoom, and they must also state their name and title each time they speak. When public comment is sought on an item, individuals participating via Zoom should use the Raise Your Hand feature. Windows and Mac users can access this feature through the Participants button at the bottom of their screen. Android and iPhone users can access this feature through the More button located at the bottom right corner of their screen. For those calling in by phone, you may dial *9. Individuals will be called upon by name in the order they appear on the meeting host screen. When you are called on, please unmute your listening device and state your name before speaking. The mayor will then call for in-person public comment for those without access to technology options. Staff present will direct you to the podium to speak, following social distancing and safety protocols. The regular 3-minute time limit will apply. Thank you.
Mayor Ananda, thank you, Sherry. So we will move into our first item on the agenda. To approve our agenda, the City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Additionally, we have 2 executive sessions on tonight's agenda. When the motion is made to recess into an executive session, the commission will leave this Zoom meeting and go into a separate Zoom meeting. When the time scheduled for the executive session has elapsed, the commission will return to this Zoom meeting and reconvene the regularly scheduled meeting. Are there any changes that a member of the commission wishes to make to the agenda?
This is Commissioner Larson. I move to approve the agenda.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine, second.
As Mayor Nanda, we have a motion from Commissioner Larson, a second from Vice Mayor Finkeldine. Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley? Aye. Mayor Nanda, aye. That passes unanimously. Next, we will move on to our recognitions, proclamations, and presentations. The first on our list this evening is to proclaim the months of November and December 2020 as Healthcare Worker Appreciation Month. Do we have anyone here this evening to speak to this proclamation?
Mayor, this is Bob Moody. I'm chairman of the LMH Health Board of Trustees, and I appreciate the opportunity to address you and the commission this evening. I need not remind you, we are in the midst of probably the worst pandemic the world has ever seen. And it is extremely stressful, not only for us, and if you consider how stressful it is for us, think how stressful it is for our healthcare workers. They've been living and breathing this for 6 months or better now. And so we just want to take this opportunity to show our appreciation for the healthcare workers.
This is Mayor Nanda. Thank you so much, Mr. Moody, for speaking with us this evening. And I will go ahead and read the proclamation.
Excuse me, Mayor, if I may.
Yes, please.
You referred to him as Mr. Moody. You could also refer to him as Mayor Moody.
That's correct, or Chair Moody. Many, many titles, which is why I chose Mr. But Bob, thank you very much for speaking with us tonight. I think that this is really important, and I appreciate you asking the commission to consider this.
My pleasure.
Thank you. So I will go ahead and read the proclamation if there's nothing else. Whereas those who have chosen the healthcare profession as their calling serve their communities with a reverence for human life and individual dignity. And whereas our nation is experiencing one of the worst pandemics in its history as a result of the novel coronavirus. And whereas physicians, nurses, respiratory therapists, technologists, health aides, EMTs, and all others who work in healthcare during this pandemic while risking their own lives and the well-being of their families. And whereas our nation is experiencing one of the worst pandemics in its history, I apologize, this was repeated, as a result of the novel coronavirus, and whereas the sick of our community, whether afflicted with novel coronavirus or suffering with another illness, are treated and tended to by our devoted healthcare workers who surround and support our sick loved ones when family is not allowed by their loved one's bedside, neighbors helping and caring for neighbors. Now, therefore, I, Jennifer Ananda, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim the months of November and December as Healthcare Worker Appreciation Months and honor and extend our deepest and eternal appreciation and gratitude to the healthcare workers of our community for their heroic efforts and in recognition of their spirit, love, resilience, and healthcare skill provided to their fellow beings during the COVID-19 pandemic. And further, I encourage all residents of Lawrence to acknowledge our healthcare workers for their devotion to the health and well-being of our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if I may add one more thing, please, everybody, be safe over the holidays. We don't want to see you at the hospital.
It's a really good reminder. It's hard. The holidays are here and we have to make some difficult decisions, and we hope that we make the right decisions so that we avoid furthering the pandemic.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next proclamation is to proclaim Saturday, November 28th, 2020 as Small Business Saturday. Do we have anyone to speak to this proclamation this evening? So Sally, am I seeing a nod here? Here we
Yes.
go.
I'm Sally Zagra, Executive Director of Downtown Lawrence, Inc. We want to thank everyone who's been supporting our local businesses, especially this year. This has been a terrifically hard time, really ever since March, but even before that, it's always tough for small businesses. The pandemic has made it worse in that places like Amazon and eBay are thriving. The large chains are thriving. We all have to go to the grocery store and get those elusive wipes and toilet paper. It's made it a lot harder on our small businesses. We have seen some unfortunately close. We've also seen some new businesses open. We have more coming, which is wonderful. That speaks to the entrepreneurial spirit and the natural risk taking of small business owners. This year, this will be our 7th year as a neighborhood champion for Small Business Saturday. We will be actually doing something different, which is, yes, we want people to come out and support their local businesses on Small Business Saturday, but we really want to encourage everyone to do that throughout the entire holiday season, not just on one weekend. There are lots of ways to support your local businesses that don't include in-person shopping, or they include shopping by appointment, early morning hours, later evening hours. You'll see that those hours coming up with our small businesses. Also ordering by phone or online, and really you can order anywhere in our local businesses by phone or online and then pick it up, curbside delivery, or a lot of businesses are offering free delivery. This year there's also a special initiative to support Black-owned businesses who have suffered at a higher rate during this pandemic. So we just ask that the community thinks very intentionally about where they're going to spend their dollars, and we want to keep as many local as we can. Our little tagline for this season is Buy Local, B-U-Y, or Bye Local. So we have great community support. We thank the city for all of the efforts, again, with our revisioning, with the outdoor expansions. There's been so much great collaboration, and we appreciate the support, and we want to support you as well. So we hope everybody has a great holiday season, and we will see you virtually for the holiday lighting next Friday, November 27th.
Mayor Nanda, thank you, Sally, for all of that. I'm very excited for this proclamation. I know our local businesses are really struggling. So without further ado, whereas the City of Lawrence recognizes the value and importance of small businesses to the local, regional, and national economy, particularly during these challenging times. And whereas this holiday season will likely be difficult for small businesses and their customers, and our community should work to empower business owners, share joy, and shop small safely all season long. And whereas Downtown Lawrence, Inc. participates in the nationally recognized Small Business Saturday that takes place on Saturday, November 28th, and in 2020, all holiday season long, to encourage residents to support the local business community, first as part of their annual holiday shopping traditions. And whereas Downtown Lawrence, Inc. and the City of Lawrence are both working to create an environment which is safe, fun, and festive for the holiday shopping season during COVID-19, the holiday lighting ceremony will take place virtually on Facebook and YouTube on Tuesday, November 24th at 6 p.m., and Santa Claus will make a special appearance to plug in the lights. Now, therefore, I, Jennifer Ananda, the mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim Saturday, November 28th, 2020, a Small Business Saturday in the City of Lawrence, and encourage all the citizens of Lawrence to shop small and support local downtown events and businesses in person and online this holiday season. Thank you, and thank you, Sally, for being here this evening. So our third proclamation is to proclaim Lawrence, Kansas as the official hometown of Sam and Dean Winchester, fictional characters from the television show Supernatural. We don't have anyone here to accept this proclamation. We worked really hard to get Jensen Ackles and Jared Padalecki on the meeting with us today, and we did have a date that would have worked in the spring but pandemic happened. So we had to cancel that. And given their schedules, we weren't able to find a rescheduled date that worked because they've moved on at this point. So we're doing this tonight in my last full meeting as mayor because it's something that I've wanted to do that I think is exciting and fun. It's been quite a year and we have faced so much heavy stuff, I think, personally, professionally, as a city, as a country, as a world. So this proclamation was just my opportunity to bring some levity before stepping down as mayor, since this is my last full meeting. The show Supernatural has been on the air for 15 years. I came of age with the Winchester brothers through this show. And this Thursday is that 15-year run is coming to an end with their series finale. So that feels very fitting for 2020 and celebrating that. It's my hope that one day when we are able to interact three-dimensionally with one another again, that Jensen and Jared do come visit our wonderful city, which is their hometown, and have a slice of our Ladybird pie, maybe take a haunted tour of downtown, maybe take care of some of those ghosts and the Eldritch, and then take in a KU ball game. They don't know how lucky they are to have Lawrence, Kansas as a hometown, but we do. And just as I'm proud that they are ours, they should be just as proud that we are theirs. So without further ado, I will go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas two brothers, Sam and Dean Winchester, have been engaged in saving people, hunting things, the family business for 15 years through the television show Supernatural, fighting vampires, demons, Lucifer, ghosts, and other things that go bump in the night, including, on occasion, angels. And whereas Sam and Dean Winchester were born in Lawrence, Kansas, to Mary and John Winchester, who also grew up in Lawrence, the boys frequently visited Lawrence, Kansas, had Kansas car tags on the Impala, more commonly known as Baby by Dean, Lawrence area code phone numbers, and even fought the devil in Stull Cemetery just outside of Lawrence. And of course, they were fans of the Jayhawks. And whereas, while never perfect, Sam and Dean Winchester fought for what was right and good, family, friends, fairness, and helping others. They represent true Kansans, and especially Lawrenceans, rising literally from the flames of death more than once, and persevering through difficulties ad astra per aspera. Now, therefore, I, Jennifer Ananda, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim Lawrence, Kansas as the official hometown of Sam and Dean Winchester, and hope that wherever the actors Jensen Ackles and Jared Padalecki end up, they remember their Kansas roots as Winchesters and continue to do Lawrence proud. So thank you all for indulging me, and I'm very excited about this series. And we are ready now to move on to our consent agenda. All matters listed below on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Members of the public wishing to speak to an item that has been pulled from the consent agenda will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Are there any items that a member of the commission wishes to pull from the consent agenda? Are there any items that a member of the public would like to pull from the consent agenda? Please raise your hand if you're on Zoom.
Michael Allman, may I remove an item?
This is Mayor Ananda. Please go ahead, but if others have one to remove, please raise your hand and then Sherry Wiedemann will call on you. But go ahead, Michael.
Item C5A.
This is Mayor Ananda. Thank you, Michael. Anyone else? Sherry?
Mayor Sherry Wiedemann, City Clerk. There isn't.
No, there is not.
Is there anyone in chambers who would like to remove an item from the consent agenda?
No, Mayor.
It's Mayor Ananda. Thank you. Do we have a motion?
This is Commissioner Larson. I move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of C5A.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine, second.
It's Mayor Ananda. We have a motion from Commissioner Larson, a second from Vice Mayor Finkeldine. Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda, aye. That passes unanimously. We are ready for item C5A. Please go ahead, Michael. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Ananda. As far as the neighborhood traffic management program goes, and this being one of the very first efforts within that program to install the 25-mile-per-hour signs, and I thank the commission for approving that. I have everything good to say about the program. I think it's a brilliant way to address the safety of pedestrians and bicyclists. And I went over this in my letter, which I assume you read. My only concern is that the potential of this program, which is great, may be somewhat compromised. And I feel that it's a matter of timing of when the signs are installed and when enforcement begins. If you looked at the time chart, the timeline, you will see that signs are going to be installed starting the 1st of January, whereas enforcement doesn't start till a full month later on the 1st of February. Now, I assume that staff was thinking that they need to get some signs installed, of course, before the police get out there to enforce, and that's maybe why they delayed it for a month. I think that's, it seems like as soon as some signs are installed in January in some neighborhood, the police should be there immediately. They shouldn't be there 30 days later, where drivers who may tend to speed will think, well, nobody seems to be paying attention. I'm just going to speed anyway. So I just would like to request that postpone the installation until February 1st and then synchronize the police enforcement, which really is what the entire neighborhood traffic management program is about. It's synchronizing the various parts of the 3 E's, the engineering, the enforcement, the education. So I'm just concerned with that timing, and either delay the installation of the signs or maybe move the enforcement up earlier. Either would work as far as I'm concerned. So thank you very much for your time.
Mayor Nanda, thank you, Michael. We will bring this back to the commission now. I don't know if anyone from staff wants to talk about that gap or if any of the commissioners have questions about that.
Commissioner Shipley. Sorry, I got the impression that gap might be about data collection. Maybe staff wants to talk about that.
I can jump in if you're ready for staff. This is Amanda Saheen, Engineering Program Manager. As you know, there's a lot of moving parts, and I mean, it would be great if we could put all the signs up in one day and, throughout the city. Unfortunately, it's going to be a long process. We're getting a consultant to help us create maps kind of by area, neighborhood of where all these signs need to go. And it's going to take a couple months. So I don't think there's a perfect answer to the timing. What we're trying to do is get the biggest kind of overlap of everything. So we don't want to start installation in February when we're rolling out our campaign starting February 1st, our education campaign. We'd like to be about halfway through the city at that point. Understand, we may not have police there the day that a sign gets installed, but we also need to do some data collection efforts before we even know where we need the police to be. So if we start installing signs January 1st, we get a couple weeks into that, we can now start our data collection efforts that can start our enforcement efforts February 1st was kind of the goal. All these also were approximate dates. Signs may not get here to start installing January 4th. It might be December 30th, or it might be, January 8th. It's all kind of estimates at this point. This graph was really to show how the overlap is and what the thought process is. And we're going to adapt as we need to. But we do want to make sure that the signs are fully installed a good time before the end of the program, the education campaign. So the education campaign is scheduled to last for February, March, and April. We want to make sure a good portion of that time, the signs are all throughout the city and we're doing a good amount of enforcement. And so we really felt like this gave us the best overlap. with everything. And that February 1st date, really the goal with that was that's when approximately when KU is coming back. Hopefully the students that do come back for spring session, since that was delayed to the first part of February. So that was the thought process and what kind of drove this entire timeline. This may not be the exact timeline. I think it gives you an idea of our thought process. And I really think it's the best attempt at trying to make everything match up as much as we can. And I think we'll start enforcement in some neighborhoods that have the signs before other neighborhoods even have the signs in. So it's just going to be kind of an iterative process.
Not any other discussion from commissioners?
I just noticed when I read through this earlier that the actual cost of this program come in about $90,000 less than what was estimated. So I was really glad to see that and appreciate that we were able to save some money on it.
Do we have a motion?
Mayor, this is Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. Since the item was pulled.
Thank you. Is there anyone on our Zoom meeting who would like to make public comment on this item? Please raise your hand virtually.
Okay, Mayor, this is Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. We do have one individual, Chris Flowers. If you would go ahead and state your name, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, this is Chris Flowers. I'm against this, but I'm willing to go along with it. I would just like to request this, that a year from now we do another Lawrence Listens and we see if people still feel the same way about this. Like we had the Lawrence Listens to determine if we need this. I think we need to start having Lawrence Listens to come back to something we've asked about before and find out if the city solution is the actual solution for the people. Thank you.
Mayor Nanda, is there anyone else, Sherry, online or present in the commission room?
We have one individual that is present that would like to speak to this item, Mayor.
Thank you.
You can go ahead and come forward. Can you just pause 1 minute, because I'm going to have to use a different timer. Sorry, thanks for your patience, just 1 minute.
We could all.
Sorry, Mayor, that our clock in here is not working, so I'm going to have to start a timer on my my laptop.
This is Mayor Nanda. Thank you, Sherry.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and start.
Okay. Eric Hyde, to the city officials who are servants to the public. So we're restricting business in this community, which is injuring people and causing damages. And now we're going to enforce a reduce in the speed limit and fine people. And you're going to encourage the police to fine people for driving, what, 5-10 miles an hour over a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit? How dare you? It's been 30 miles an hour for a long time, 20 miles an hour in some other neighborhoods. It's fine the way it is. Leave it the way it is, please. I'll leave my other comments for open public comment, but gosh darn it. What the heck are you guys doing? Are you serving the public or are you serving your own corporate interests? Eric Hyde out.
This is Mayor Nanda. Sherry, is there anyone else present to give public comment on this item?
No, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other discussion from the commission?
This is Commissioner Boley. I have a question for Amanda. Could you please provide the facets of this program? I believe it's 5 E's, you know, and again, kind of the mission, the goal of the program.
Sure. This is Amanda Saheen, Engineering Program Manager. Those of you who've kind of been involved in this for a while know we used to have a traffic calming program that was in place for several years here. And it put in, generally it was really only approaching it from the engineering aspect. So it was traffic calming circles, speed humps, those type of things. And what we found was that it was just
Mayor Nutt, I don't know if Amanda is frozen for anyone else.
west or west. And there's not a money because those things kept going up in price. They don't get very far every year. So we realized we needed to approach the things because that approach not solving the problems. So we took a look at the program. Sorry, my video went out. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, and you're less skippy now.
Okay. That's probably why he did that. So the program really is to try to address the concerns through neighborhoods. And that is, you know, we heard over and over again that the speeds in the neighborhoods were too fast and that people didn't feel safe walking. They didn't feel safe with their kids biking in the neighborhoods. So this program kind of tries to address it from the 5 E's, as we call them. That's education, encouragement, engineering, and education, enforcement, engineering, evaluation, and I can't even get them all here because they're written down multiple times, but you get what I'm saying. There's 5 E's. There's 5 E's. There's a lot of them, and we were really only hitting one of them before. So we have a thanks, Stuart, for teeing that up for me. We have an education campaign that we're rolling out. That's really the education and encouragement aspect to try to encourage people to drive the appropriate speed and to educate people. Then we have kind of the engineering aspects of the program, which are the speed limit reduction. We're also going to be looking at a pilot program where we're going to select one kind of area of the city and look at that area comprehensively. And there'll be some engineering, kind of some temporary engineering solutions that we look at and see what works. From that may come recommendations for permanent installation. So this program did not get rid of speed humps or anything like that. We're just trying to take a better approach. We're also trying to involve the enforcement aspect, which I think is something we had left out before. And that evaluation is really important. So all the data collection that will help us make informed decisions so that we're putting things where they're most effective. We're putting the police officers where they're most effective. So that's really where this program's trying to go, is to kind of fit all those things together and work together and work a little bit smarter with our money. And, you know, hope that each aspect helps a little bit. You know, one thing isn't going to help fix the problem. So we're hoping that each aspect of that helps a little bit. And overall, we can have an impact throughout the community versus just on one street.
This is Commissioner Bully. Thank you, Amanda. I've got 5 E's if you'd like to see whether I've got them right or not.
That would be great.
Engineering, evaluation, education, enforcement, and encouragement. I don't know if those are the ones that we have in our program.
This is Amanda Saheen. I know we had the resolution attached, and it's yes, and engineering, enforcement, education, encouragement, and evaluation. You are correct. There is, why it gets confusing is the Safe Routes. This is Amanda Saheen, engineering program manager. Safe Routes to School recognizes even more E's. You'll hear 5 E's, you'll hear 7 E's, you'll hear 6 E's. And so everybody's kind of got all of their own E's, and it gets very confusing when you're working with all the programs, which one's part of what.
This is Commissioner Bully. Thank you very much, Amanda. I really appreciate your efforts on this. I've been trying hard myself to learn these 5, just to focus on them. So thank you.
Mayor Nanda, any other discussion, or do we have a motion?
This is Commissioner Larson. I move to award bid number B2045 to Seahawk Construction Incorporated and authorize the city manager to execute the construction contract in the amount of $123,550 for the 25-mile-per-hour speed limit sign installation project.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine, second.
Mayor Nanda, we have a motion from Commissioner Larson, a second from Vice Mayor Finkeldine. Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda, aye. That passes unanimously. We are now ready to move on to public comment on our agenda. The public is allowed to speak to any items or issues except those scheduled on the consent agenda or regular agenda portions of the agenda. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Rather, they will refer the items to staff for follow-up if necessary. Individuals should address all comments and questions to the commission. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. If you are on Zoom and would like to make a general public comment, please raise your hand virtually so that Sherry can pull your name and call on you in order.
This is Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. We have one individual on Zoom who would like to make comment.
Ms. Flowers, if you'll please state your name, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I was thinking the other day about criminal justice reform and like police reform. And I was just thinking of past things this commission's done that I don't think was the right decision. And one of those things was back in June of 2018 when y'all passed the Body Works ordinance, where people are now required to have a license to do massage therapy. And I looked back through the June 19th meeting, and I looked at that agenda item, and that whole thing was, it said it was brought to you guys by the DA and the police. And so I was just thinking, I don't think this is an actual ordinance about public health safety. This is an ordinance about the police going after sex workers. And as far as I'm concerned, sex work is a victimless crime. So if we're going to be talking police reform, criminal justice reform, how about looking at some of our ordinances that go against the prostitutes? And if it was a health, like if it was all about health and not about going after prostitutes, then how come no one like the county health officials, how come they didn't bring it to the commission? Why was it the DA and the police department? And I looked more through it, and one of the things that I don't like about it is that if you get a felony, you lose your license. So I don't think that's fair. Well, like, if someone has some kind of drug-related offense and loses their license to do massage, how is that fair? I mean, what does that have to do with their ability to give a massage? So, and then another thing, this is just kind of off. I don't know if it's off topic, but one of the things in the ordinance is that it covers Reiki. And I looked Reiki up because I didn't know what it was. And it's like where you're moving your hands over someone without touching them. And I looked more, and science says sounds like there's not scientific evidence that it's a legit thing yet. So I'm just wondering, well, why do we have you have to get a license to practice something that science says may or may not be legit? Like why do we need to enforce that kind of health? Like if there's no scientific proof that it's legit, why do we need to be regulating it? I mean, I'd say regulation gives it some sort of merit of legitness. So those are just some of my thoughts I had about that. Thank you.
So Mayor Nanda, Sherry, is there anyone else who had general public comment? I think there was one person in person.
Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. That's correct, Mayor. I don't see anyone else via Zoom that wants to provide comment, but we do have one individual in the commission room. You can go ahead and come forward.
Okay, Eric Hyde, public and public servants. I know the commissioners wholeheartedly care, but they have been crafted by private-centric organizations and governments to care for private corporate interests more than the people of Lawrence, Kansas. It is obvious when I listen to you all speak. They might not even know, but they probably do. Numerous times have they violated their oaths of office, the Kansas and United States Constitution, and have committed treason deserving of Guantanamo Bay. I have given them countless chances at redemption. Now it is time for them and I and we the people to peacefully, only peacefully, resolve this tyrannical behavior. In you, the public trusted. We trusted you. We elected you. I want you guys to change your minds, to be yourselves, to stop being subservient to corporations, to stop restricting businesses, to get rid of this traffic bozo stuff. Whatever. I know you guys don't care, obviously. Whenever someone talks, you look around the room like you don't even care, you're doing something else. What the heck? Why are you guys even city commissioners? I'm running for city commission, but I don't even want to be on city commission because it's bogus. Hide out.
This is Mayor Nanda. Is there anyone else, Sherry, who would like to give public comment at this time?
No, Mayor.
Thank you. We are now ready to move on to the regular agenda. The first item on our regular agenda is to receive the report on the Community Development Block Grant Citizen Outreach and provide direction to staff for the 2021 program year.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Porter, is it okay if I go ahead and share my screen now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Great. All right, thank you for having us this evening. My name is Danny Walters with the Community Development Division, and we also have Brad Carr here in attendance. And tonight, what we're going to do is talk to you about the public outreach that we did for citizen participation in regards to public services for CDBG. When we presented the 2020 CDBG home allocation recommendations in June of this year, there was some discussion about how the effectiveness of the scoring matrix and the process of the allocation went. So we were tasked with reviewing the process and the mechanisms for these recommendations. And staff spent most of October reaching out to the public, to grantees, and further researching how other communities handled the scoring of public service applications. Tonight's discussion will talk about how we got here, a background of the allocation recommendation process, and the recent changes. While we provided each piece of public input we received to the agenda item, both from the previous allocation discussion and also through this outreach process, we'll focus on a few items of note as in this presentation as considerations to the process. We will conclude with our thoughts and recommendations, as well as a request for direction from you all in going forward into the new program year. For our public meeting outreach, we held 3 meetings, one in an evening setting, one in a morning, and then one during a weekend. We sent out notification of these meetings through the city's press release process, through LAN, through the United Way listserv, and through the city's social media accounts. We didn't have really great attendance at these meetings. That's really par for the course with CDBG and home. It's unfortunate, but I mean, I've been here 12 years And we've never been able to get really good attendance for public participation for CDBG and home. I think though that the participation that we did get was very useful for us. And it really brought up some important conversation points that, that we're able to bring to you this evening. We also had 2 Lawrence Listen surveys. Now, these did not speak directly to the allocation process or the scoring mechanism, but what it did do was it helped to give us a good overall view of the expectations of the community when it comes to CDBG public service and some of the different things that CDBG can do for the community. We will be getting ready to do our new 5-year consolidated plan process here in the next 18 months or so. And I think that a lot of the information that we got from this is going to be really helpful to us moving forward. We'll also be able to really help and share this information with some of the other departments when it looks at the broader availability of CDBG for usage. It also, I think, provided some good insight for eligible CDBG projects for neighborhoods, not just public service projects, but also that non-public service category. So streets, sidewalks, neighborhood signage, that kind of thing. We additionally reached out to the 2020 program year applicants and met with them about the process last year. Got feedback from them on how that went, the scoring mechanisms, just the overall how everything went. So we held 2 of these meetings, and 3 of the 4 funded neighborhood associations were in attendance, and then 2 of the 5 public service agencies were also in attendance, along with 1 agency who wasn't typically a public service applicant and kind of turned the ownership of that over to the cities and counties and states to work through. So with this creation, they kind of stopped and thought about it and said, okay, well, there's a need for public services along with this development activity that we're doing. So that's how the public service category came to be. They capped it at 15%, and that 15% is an optional 15%. So some communities in the country don't even use their public service dollars. They put everything towards infrastructure or other types of projects. Lawrence has been a CDBG grantee since 1975, and every year we have utilized this public service piece. Normally, the 15% comes out, over the past few years, it's come out to around 105,000. So that's kind of what we're working with in this 15% cap. So up into the 2020 program year, the funding had been allocated by a board. As part of the discussion of board consolidation in the past several years, the Community Development Advisory Committee, which is the CDAC, was considered. And based on what staff found that other cities were doing, and kind of coupled with the determination that home really found a natural fit with the AHAB, staff was able to go through and create a new process for recommendation of funding, which utilized something that had not been utilized before with the CDAC, and that was a scoring mechanism for the applications. Quite a few advisory boards that look at funding in the city use a scoring mechanism. Almost all of the ones that we researched use scoring mechanisms. So we felt like this was a best practice and made a lot of sense to incorporate here. So staff has conducted extensive research, starting with the allocation procedure document creation, and then really just continuing. I mean, I was even looking stuff up today. Like, the research on this stuff is just continual. Specifically, we paid a lot of attention and really honed our focus in on that neighborhood coordination piece. As with most things in the grant world, our first inclination was to see what other communities are doing and, you know, just look and see if there's something that we can borrow in terms of the scoring mechanisms and kind of the overall process. So historically, when researching this piece, like we had in the past, we had really not found much luck finding other municipalities that fund neighborhoods the way that Lawrence does. we found a lot of communities that are making really significant CDBG investments in neighborhoods. However, Lawrence is really the only community that has that communications piece for the neighborhood associations that's part of the CDBG public service allocation. Most of the programs that we found that were for neighborhoods in CDBG were really sidewalks, crosswalks, signage, other activities like that I had mentioned, kind of that mirror what we had on the Lawrence Listens poll for neighborhood needs. I actually took most of the questions off of that poll from the city of Topeka and their neighborhood program. And then I added in that neighborhood coordination and communication piece. So there's a lot of investment in neighborhoods happening. It's just, we're the only one, which is fine. We're fine with that, but Lawrence is really the only one that we can find that does that communication and coordination piece. We also, as I mentioned previously, we held input sessions specifically for the process and received feedback about the scoring mechanism and kind of how all of that went going forward. So what did we learn from the input sessions? So we listed a few of the main and really most consistent items that were mentioned in those here. Each participant really stated that the neighborhood communications were an extremely important component for the ability of neighborhoods to thrive in the city. There was consensus that the public service category, and this is going to be a theme that you're going to hear really from here on out, the public service category contains a vast array of eligible activities, and these are not all easily compared in a competitive fashion. The scoring matrix was problematic to use in one category with such differences in the projects that were being considered. As mentioned, staff did considerable research, and we built the scoring matrix from other communities' scoring mechanisms. Since Lawrence is the only place that considers the neighborhood communications piece that we could find, the matrix really is built around CDBG eligibility and categories. So the inclusion of that low to moderate area activity, such as neighborhood associations, is generally eligible under the guidelines, but it is really outside of traditionally funded programs. So I think because of this and utilizing what other places were using, the matrix language that we borrowed, it really didn't speak to an activity that's benefiting citizens the way that those communications activities do. So, you know, could we create an alternate matrix that is neighborhood centric? Absolutely, we can absolutely do that. Would it help in the grand scheme of scoring applications and determination of the division of recommended allocations? I think that would be difficult. Running two scoring mechanisms that are purposely skewed towards the programs in which they are scoring is going to bottleneck everything at the top, and staff will still be left with coming up with a recommended allocation. So the scoring mechanism is really only a piece of that process, but I think that it goes deeper than just changing a matrix. So we'll cover that here in just a few minutes. But finally, there was a lot of discussion around the fact that there are 15 other CDBG eligible neighborhoods that have not attempted to access any CDBG funding for capacity building efforts. In the beginning, CDBG was mainly for capacity building of neighborhood associations in low mod neighborhoods. Lawrence has historically taken that in a different direction, and that's completely fine. It's within the guidelines, but there are many others that are eligible to access these funds. And, you know, if they were to do that, that would truly alter the landscape of how this funding currently stands. Okay. We had several suggestions from the input meetings, and we've listed them out, well, some of them out on this slide for the discussion tonight. We mentioned on the previous slide the opportunity to form two different scoring mechanisms. There was a suggestion to take away the competitive nature of the funds and essentially just provide a line item each year to the agencies and neighborhoods. some thought that the scoring matrix in general was a bad idea, and that when the CDAC recommended the allocations, they did so without a scoring mechanism. What that did was create several years of essentially the same allocation being recommended each program year, with less emphasis on the application and performance and more importance put on the programs themselves. It was suggested to bring back the advisory board, and if that was not an option, to potentially reassess the scoring team and add neighborhood representatives to the group that are evaluating the applications. Part of this kind of also was tied in with the neighborhoods did have the feeling that they didn't have an opportunity to present their applications and answer questions that staff might have had. Staff heard from input sessions and also definitely acknowledges that the timeline was really challenging last summer with the allocations. Our process for grants started around the onset of the pandemic, and it certainly created challenges with the calendar. With this being our first year of running the spring public hearing through the City Commission, the dates did not go as smoothly as they normally would have. And according to the procedures that we worked through originally, the public hearing should have been held in April or May. There was challenges at the beginning of COVID just with getting people together to review applications, to just getting the whole process going. So it suddenly became much more compact than it normally would. And it was certainly a lesson that staff took from this past year. So some conclusions that we had was what we found with the new process was that really 3 of the 4, quote unquote, new areas of the process worked really well. The AHAB looking at the home applications was smooth. The automatic allocation to city programs within MSO and community development homeowner programs went well. And then we also really didn't have any issues with the competitive non-public service piece. Public service is going to continue to be a challenge based just on everything that we talked about, the fact that the category is very broad, and the applications that we receive are incredibly broad as well. So without a firm plan that mirrors the city's focus and direction, this is going to continue to be a challenge moving forward, no matter how we configure it or how we put a mechanism towards it. The CDAC or a version of it, if brought back, would really only be charged with the CDBG public service recommendations. So if this is the direction, I think that staff would still be very supportive of a scoring mechanism of some sort. We have the general feeling that there just needs to be some way to have a starting point to begin to look at all of these applications together. It's not an absolute decider, like I said about the funding recommendations, but it really is a point of consideration to start the process and start the discussion. There just really, should be some emphasis placed on that application and the outcomes. I mean, if we're asking people to do an application, I think it's important that the application, be looked at. So, and staff feels that the city review panel is still a reasonable way to evaluate the applications and recommend the funding amounts. The City Commission is the ultimate decision maker, obviously, on the funding that is sent to HUD. The current makeup of the staff review team is the 2 community development reps that work closely with the public service grantees and projects, which is myself and Brad, a representative from the city manager's office, and then also a representative from the finance department. This group can obviously be amended any way that you would like to see. It can be added to, it can be, it can involve the community, it's whatever feedback you would like to give us, we will work with. So that brings us to our request to you for direction on this. So when the process was created for the recommendations in the beginning of 2020, we had indicated that we would annually come back to you and request direction for focus for each program year. This could be, as simple as just reaffirming the direction of the funds as they are, or depending on the current community needs and initiatives, there could be a change that you would like to see. For 2021, which is the program year that will run from August of 2021 to July of 2022, What we would like to ask is direction on what you all would like to see the funds spent on for the public service category. As a reminder, the 2020 funds were allocated to Lawrence Community Shelter, Housing and Credit Counseling, 3 different agencies that administer rent and utility assistance, and 4 low to moderate income neighborhood associations. Again, we're estimating around $105,000 in funding to allocate, so which obviously depends on what the final amount from HUD to us will be. And if the current funded categories are still appropriate for the upcoming program year, I think what we would like to ask for is the potential to explore a possible funding breakdown. As I said and mentioned, there's 2 very vast and very different categories of projects within this one category. The way the CDAC tended to do it is they would kind of essentially sliver off part of this pot of money for the neighborhoods, and then they would utilize the rest to allocate to the public service agencies. That's an option if that's the way you want to go. That way we could most definitely have 2 different scoring matrix, and you have more apples against apples and oranges against oranges, as opposed to, you know, trying to do these very different items in the same category. That of course would raise the question that if that is something that you would be interested in, is that process open to all 19 neighborhoods that are eligible? As I mentioned, that definitely changes the landscape quite a bit. So just, you know, some things to kind of think about as we're all talking through this. For next steps, our plan would be to work with whatever direction we get from you this evening. We would bring back an application draft with supporting documents and, if appropriate, a scoring matrix. And if you would like to see a second scoring matrix for the neighborhoods, we have assured the neighborhoods that we would reach out to them and work with them on creation of that mechanism to do scoring for that. Those items would all come back to you, like I mentioned, in a December meeting. And then upon your approval, we would release the application and the related documents in late December or early January, which would start the process over again. And that is really kind of what we have to bring to you on this. Like I mentioned, both Brad and I are here in attendance and happy to answer any questions, and look forward to hearing kind of how you would like for us to move forward with this.
Mayor Nada, thank you for that presentation. I appreciate it. Are there any questions from the commission?
Commissioner Larson, I do have a question. Sorry. So Denny, does the 15% public service dollars have to go through a competitive process?
Danny Walters, Community Development. It does not.
Okay, it does not?
Nope.
So could another funding source, not the CDBG money, be considered for funding the neighborhoods? Does it have to come from here, or can we use another funding source?
Danny Walters with Community Development, we could absolutely use a different funding source. Okay. There's nothing that specifies that only CDBG can fund that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Shipley, Danelle, you brought up a couple times last time as well when we talked about this, the 19 neighborhoods, but you also said only 3 neighborhoods out of 4 that were qualified showed up. And my understanding is those are the neighborhoods that are organized. How would any of those other neighborhoods apply for CDBG money without being organized?
We at Danny Walters Community Development, when we have the call for applications every year, we send them out through LAN, and then Brad also sends them directly to every neighborhood association contact we have listed on the city website. If you make a very, very valid point, and it is one that really came up quite a few times in those input sessions that we had. was one thing that I believe it sounds like Lan has been working on is a neighborhood mentorship program for those neighborhoods that are very organized to help out the ones that are kind of just getting started and to kind of help lead them and guide them through the process. So I'm sure I'm not answering your question exactly, but that's how we are able and how we know to try to reach those neighborhoods is by the information that they provide to the city of who the contacts are.
And if I may also clear something up, maybe it's my misunderstanding. There is another pot of CDBG money that is used by the city for infrastructure projects like ramps and sidewalks and things like that, correct?
Correct.
So Commissioner Shipley, again, sorry, I apologize, Sherry. You were telling me that these other communities that don't use the money the way that we do, they use both pots of money for infrastructure?
Well, Danny Walters, Community Development. No, they're not using the public service piece for that infrastructure. They're using the non-public service piece for their infrastructure projects. I'm trying to think off the top of my head, and Brad, if you want to jump in here too, of some of the public service type activities that we saw for other neighborhoods. I want to say that like holding an information session or information fair is one of those that was eligible. Neighborhood cleanups is another thing that was eligible. I'm looking at Brad here to.
Hi, this is Brad Carr, Community Development Analyst. I think Commissioner Shipley was asking that if a community chooses not to use the optional 15% towards public service activities, what happens to that 15%? And it does go into that other capital non-public service activities, so infrastructure. So I know we've seen some examples of, I think it was Orange County, California. They used their entire last year allocation for CDBG to build a new homeless shelter. So they allocated none of the 15% towards public services. They instead chose to use 100% of their CDBG towards a facility. Each and every year, it is the governing body's choice as to you can use up to that 15% to provide public services, but you're not required to. If the community sees another need, such as a homeless shelter in Orange County or anything else, sidewalk, streets, gutters, curbs, water line replacements, the governing body at any point each year could choose to use the entire funds towards those activities.
Mayor Nanda, are there any other questions?
This is Commissioner Bowley. I'm interested in whether there's been any thought given to allocating neighborhood support based on the number of households in the neighborhood or the percentage of households that are low and moderate income, as opposed to just coming up with kind of flat amounts.
Danny Walters, Community Development. That's not something that we have that we've looked at, but that's certainly something that we can explore. We do, one of the things that we looked at this year was, exactly how many in the neighborhood were low mod, and kind of what that cost per low mod individual, was for the applications. The neighborhood applications that we do get now, they're even, with them in the same category, they look different. People pay their coordinator different amounts. Their coordinator does different work. The neighborhoods really all function in different ways. So, it's definitely a very interesting idea. And I think that we would really like to see, some of that capacity building spread out to other neighborhoods. You see kind of how strong the four that do get this funding and how organized they are. So I think that there's a lot to be said for more capacity building. So.
This is Commissioner Bowley again. Thank you. I am concerned about the 15 that are not getting the funding. And I think that we need to try to see this in the context of our strategic plan and our hopes for the neighborhoods that were being expressed through the strategic plan.
Any other questions before we open it for public comment? Okay. If you are on the Zoom meeting and you have public comment to add, please virtually raise your hand and Sherry Riedemann will call on you.
This is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. Mayor, we have one individual, Chris Flowers. If you would like to please state your name, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. This isn't really my expertise, so I'm not quite sure of everything that's going on. But one thing I heard, and we could like the place in California, I think in Orange County, where they used all their money for a new homeless shelter. I would like to see this money being used for the homeless, because right now this is a crisis. And when it comes to neighborhoods, I remember seeing this stuff before in like newsletters. Like, why should we be funding so a neighborhood can print out a newsletter? Like, why can't they just use the internet? Like, I don't think that's the best use of funds. And I think we should, like, I think we give neighborhoods too much power. Like, and what was pointed out that not all the neighborhoods are using money. It doesn't seem like it doesn't seem quite right. I'd like to see this money being used for the good of the community, and like what does Lawrence really need right now? And I think we need more services for the homeless. So that's just my thoughts. Thank you.
This is Mayor Ananda. Thank you. Is there anyone present in chambers who would like to give public comment?
No, Mayor.
This Mayor Ananda, thank you. We will bring it back up to the commission then.
This is Commissioner Larson. I'll go ahead and kind of start. You know, since this summer, when the application process, we went through that in June, I think it was, it became really clear to me just through this new process that there's some issues, obviously, where we're having organizations compete that have very different missions, so to speak. And I know this year it seemed like, if I'm correct, and correct me if I'm not, that the emphasis this year was on providing housing. And so, you know, the neighborhood associations, you know, they obviously don't do that directly. And so a lot of the money and the focus was towards that other priority. And so you know, as I've been working through this and I watched some of those meetings that you had, you know, I'm kind of wondering if we should even be, if there should be a competition for this money from neighborhoods, because neighborhoods, that's one of our core items in our strategic plan is our welcoming neighborhoods, strong neighborhoods. And so I'm kind of wondering what the commission would think about the possibility of, you know, not having a competitive process, but go through something like, you know, look at it a different way for funding, such as Commissioner Boley said about based on population, based on the percentages of low mod, but then also look at a possible different funding source completely, since it is one of our core issues for our community. Should we be funding it maybe out of the general fund? I don't know if that would be appropriate, but I do think I would like to see us get away from the competitive nature that neighborhoods would have to go through, and then also see whether or not we can come up with a way to get more of these other 15 neighborhoods involved that can access this money or access some of this funding. And I don't know if we do that with staff, if we help neighborhoods organize or not. But that's kind of where I've been thinking, where I'm kind of leaning towards is whether or not there'd be any interest in that. Should we be making this a competitive process when those neighborhoods are what we say is the core of one of our strategic plans?
Commissioner Shipley, Commissioner Larson, I wonder if you remember last time when Marcy Francisco spoke as a public comment, and one of her comments was that neighborhoods is what this money was for.
Right.
And so some of it is being used for infrastructure, or neighborhoods are choosing to use it for sidewalk projects or signs or whatever. But ultimately, it is for the neighborhoods. So I love your idea of pulling money out from a magical place, but also that's what this money was for. So I don't know if you have any thoughts about that.
Yeah, Commissioner Larson, yeah, I think you bring a good point, Commissioner Shipley. But I mean, I'm talking just the public service dollars, not those infrastructure dollars, which I'm understanding to be from a different pot, if I believe that's right. So I wouldn't, think about touching that, obviously, because that's unlimited from what I understand. I'm just talking about the this 15% of public service dollars that communities can put that towards whatever is their priority at the time. So when we have the neighborhoods competing with that against some service companies who deal with the priority at the time, such as the housing issue, I think it makes it really hard to come up with some sort of a scoring system to make it apples to apples. And I just don't believe that that's a good way to treat our neighborhoods because they are our core. And so we need to find a way to support them. And if that means the possibility of look at some different dollars, I'm interested. I'm not saying it should come from a certain fund, but I'm interested in possibly funding that differently so we don't, run into this problem where we've got such competition between different types of organizations.
This is Commissioner Boley. I guess I'd like to respond to that, Commissioner Shipley. I appreciate the comments from Senator Francisco, but would also point out that they come from an era that preceded our strategic plan with a focus on neighborhoods. And so as we go about enacting the strategic plan, we have the opportunity to change the way things have been done and hopefully come up with good processes to support the neighborhoods. My understanding of this 15% is that it's a cap, not a floor. So we could spend 100% of the CDBG money on the kinds of projects that we're using the other 85% for now. And under Commissioner Larson's idea, we could use funds from elsewhere in the budget to accomplish our strategic goals, the goals of our strategic plan for neighborhoods, which could include, making sure that all 19 low-mod neighborhoods have effective representation through neighborhood associations, or at least have the opportunity for that. And if we came up with a formula that would, essentially reflect the burdens and opportunities of the neighborhoods as reflected in their populations, that might be a more effective way to do this.
Vice Mayor Finkel, I would, following that train of thought, you certainly, in some places, you could make the argument that neighborhoods that aren't low mod are traditionally the ones we don't hear from. I mean, the neighborhoods we hear from are certainly worthy of support, but not just the 19, all our neighborhoods. And how do we get that participation from across the city? I guess my question is, I'm more of a novice here on priority-based budgeting and how our strategic plan will be implemented, but I do agree that, when you talk about strong, welcoming neighborhoods and we want to invest in making that happen,
I certainly could see investing in neighborhood groups as part of that. I don't know if Craig or Jeremy or someone could give me a thought on how you see the priority-based budgeting and our general fund, or however we fund that, taking that into account.
The city manager, Craig Owens. You're all along the right lines in the way that you're talking about this. When we've established these 5 outcome areas as priorities, and the one we're talking about right now is strong, welcoming neighborhoods, what we will be doing is planning and programming to adequately resource the top priorities to make a difference or get results in those areas. So if this is the type of thing that we find is highly effective on a per dollar basis, it's a good way to invest our public dollars, then that will be a high priority. And in each of the 5 areas, we will be doing the same sort of thing. So we'll consider programs, but we'll be bringing forward priorities against all of those different areas. But so if this is the type of program that we would find to be important to getting results and making achieving our goal of strong, welcoming neighborhoods, then we would fund that way.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine, thank you. That certainly helps. And I guess the other way I was thinking of it, along the lines of Commissioner Lawson earlier, was, CDBG is federal funding, and it could go away tomorrow, or it could double, it could be gone. And let's say it was gone tomorrow, would we think funding neighborhood groups was important? Well, I think based upon our strategic plan, we would. And so, I think I do see that as a mechanism to say, we should use the CDBG, and let Danny and her team walk it through the matrix, but then use the strategic plan to fund the neighborhood groups. I'm leaning that way.
This is oh, please go ahead, Commissioner Bully.
Commissioner Bully, I'd like to respond to Brad's, Vice Mayor Finkeldine's first point. Yesterday at the ceremony for the 7th and Tennessee Crossing Beacon, Kathleen Tuttle, I think it's Catherine Tuttle, I'm sorry, mentioned that they were hoping that CDBG money would pay for it, but they're not a low mod neighborhood. And so we had to come up with other money for that through our CIP. I guess my point is, Old West Lawrence is not a low mod neighborhood, but I sure hear from them. I mean, they're organized, and they may have organized when they were a low mod neighborhood, but they're not anymore. Just as North Lawrence is no longer a low mod neighborhood, but we still hear from North Lawrence. So I think that it's important to realize too that Centennial neighborhood didn't used to be a low mod neighborhood, but now they qualify. So I appreciate your point, but I think there are neighborhoods that are not low mod neighborhoods that are strong neighborhood associations. And I think that the residents in those neighborhoods benefit from that collective action.
This is Mayor Ananda. I do think that, given our strategic plan and our prioritization of safe neighborhoods, cohesive neighborhoods, as well as my work in primary prevention around sexual and domestic violence, houselessness, all of these issues are impacted by the cohesiveness of a neighborhood and the connection that folks feel within their neighborhoods. And these associations do a lot of work to maintain those connections. They've also been integral pieces of reaching out to neighborhoods when we're talking about things like CPTED, which is an acronym, I believe it's crime prevention through environmental design. Just looking at what porch lights are on and other examples of how to make our neighborhoods safe in a very primary prevention way that addresses so many of the issues that these organizations that we're funding try to address. So the more work that we can do in primary prevention, the less we're going to have to do in intervention and advocacy post-intervention. And so I very much appreciate the neighborhood associations that are active in our community and hope that our other neighborhood associations are able to become active, even if just for a social engagement. There's community benefit in that, in knowing your neighbors, in having dialogue. And so, you know, regardless of whether it comes from the CDBG or somewhere else, I think that it's important that we maintain those and allow those very active and organized neighborhood associations to help our other neighborhoods to organize and get together. I know I lived, there's Brick Creek, and there's, oh my goodness, now I'm embarrassed, Barker, neighborhood associations, and they were very near where I was. And in the 19th Street conversation, they were an integral part, I think, of that conversation. But the neighborhood in which I lived on the other side of 19th, near 19th and Haskell, previously was not part of that conversation, and they don't have a neighborhood association. They're the neighborhood without sidewalks. And so they weren't a voice at that table. So I saw firsthand how important those associations are in communication with the city and communicating their needs and advocating for their needs to be met. So, go ahead.
Yeah, Commissioner Larson here. Yeah, I appreciate those comments, Mayor. And along that line, I just wonder if it would behoove us, or if we have any sort of structure in place that works with a neighborhood to help them get going, to get started, to you know, with structure. What, you know, how do you go about forming a neighborhood association, or is that just something that's just left to each of the neighborhoods?
This is Danny Walters. Is that a question to me? Or
Yeah, I'm sorry, Dan. I'm sorry, Danny. Please.
We really don't have that mechanism in place. If we did, I feel like it would be in our department, in our division. I mean, I know when I was hired 12 years ago, I was hired as a neighborhood specialist or neighborhood resources specialist or something. And that was kind of when the department was transitioning from neighborhood resources to development services. But even then, that position really wasn't for that use. So it is one thing that was brought up at the public input sessions, was the potential of, instead of having, you know, this go to all of these neighborhoods with these different coordinators, to have like an agency look at, you know, contracting with neighborhood associations as a whole in the city. You know, we could potentially look at something like that, that it would be, you know, a contractor that could help them kind of get organized and help them figure out what their resources are and what they need and how it functions, help with bylaws, help with board governance, all that kind of stuff. So yeah. So the answer is no, we don't have that, but there's a potential.
Ms. Larson, thank you very much for that.
Ms. Mayor Nadas, so maybe I'm hearing some consensus around the possibility of exploring other sources of funding for those neighborhood associations, that the commission does prioritize those organizations, particularly in light of our strategic plan. Our piece tonight is to provide direction to stop for the 2021 program year. Are there any, one, is that accurate? Two, is there anything else that commissioners would like to add?
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldine. I would only add that I do see at least in the short run, a reason to have public service money in there, that 15%. I know some cities use it only on sidewalks or whatever, but I do think having some of that public service in there is important. I mean, obviously, we fund things in different ways, just like we were talking about. And I could envision a point in time where maybe we decided we didn't want to do that, even for public service funds. But when I look at the community shelter and some of the rent and utility assistance, I mean, I think those are good things to consider using the CDBG funds for. So I'd at least like to keep that category in there.
This is Commissioner Bowley. I guess I'd like to keep the same mechanism for the process for the next year, with the idea that we have the calendar the way we want it to be, as opposed to what happened last year. That's not a slam on staff or anything, but I'd like to give it a try with a full year, you know, and have the calendar work the way we want it to before we make changes there.
Commissioner Larson, so the monies that we're looking at for this next cycle, application cycle, is for 2022. Is that what I remember?
Walters, it'd be 2021. We're in the 2020 program year right now. So our
Okay.
program years always start in August, and it's always the program year of the calendar year it starts in.
So it goes through 2020, August 2021 to
July of
2022. 2022. Okay. Okay.
This is Danny Walters. I mean, I can just give you kind of a brief rundown of what the timeline is supposed to look like in a I guess quote unquote normal year. The applications are sent out in late December, early January. We would give the applicants 30 days to fill it out. So we would have those back late January, early February. We, as staff, review them for completeness in February, and then the allocation discussions would actually happen in March. So what that would do is that allows us to release the recommendations in early April, and then the public hearing would be at your third meeting in April. And that would kick off the 30-day public comment period, which would then end in May. And then we would come back to you for a final adoption of those recommendations on June 1st. So I think June 1st is a 2021 meeting. But that first meeting in June, because the allocations are due to HUD by June 15th. So hopefully that kind of helps clear up what the timeline in a normal year would look like. So.
Commissioner Larson here. So if we stick with what we're working on right now with the matrix system, the change matrix system, and move forward with that now, then we would, I would be definitely interested in looking at changing that whole process and funding, looking at a different way to fund our neighborhoods, as well as maybe moving away from a competitive process to a process that that distributes money based on population or low mod percentages or something like that. So that's where my interest is.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine, just thinking through that timeline, am I thinking it correctly that a neighborhood group we've just funded, they would typically see their cycle come back in July or so of like the funding year would end in July. Our next general fund budget wouldn't kick in until 2022 unless we did some sort of quarterly change. So we might just want to think about that in the spring or summer, that we might need to do a partial funding for the neighborhood groups to get them through 2021 as we look ahead to 2022. It's a pretty small dollar amount, but something we need to consider.
Commissioner Larson, I would concur with that, definitely.
This is Mayor Nanda. Commissioners, do you have anything else to add? And staff, do you feel like that's direction enough to move forward?
Danny Walters, Community Development. I guess I just want to confirm. So we want to remain with the same scoring mechanism moving forward, but we would like to, am I hearing you right, that we want to move away from having the neighborhoods be a part of the competitive allocation process?
This is Mayor Nanda, that's my understanding.
This is Danny Walters. I will say too, and we're happy to put some information on this together, but I had mentioned the city of Topeka. They have a really extensive neighborhood grant program where they do take a lot of different funding sources that come into the city and braid them together and allow for a competitive well, I mean, some of it's competitive, but a process for neighborhoods to be able to apply for different things. Now, the communication piece is not something that they have in there, but you know, we're happy to put some information about something like that together for you, if you would like. So.
This is Commissioner Bowley. Danny, would they be funding things like community, neighborhood cleanups and things like that with those funds?
Danny Walters, yes, they do. They also have, you know, some dollar amount limits on what the neighborhoods could apply for. If they're, you know, funded once, they can't be funded again for another 3 years. Like they, you know, they have some stipulations like that to try to, you know, spread it around the community. But that was one we looked at. I think there was a place in Virginia that we also looked at that had a pretty similar project. But you know, it was some of those where if a neighborhood applied and it happened to be in a low mod neighborhood, then that's where the CDBG dollars would kick in. Or if it wasn't, it would come from a different funding source. So it's pretty extensive. So.
Yeah, Commissioner Larson, you know, appreciate that, and you know, I think that's a good start. But I sure would hate to see us locked into any one program that we've researched and try to come up more with our own program that meets the needs of our neighborhoods. And I also want to emphasize that the money we're talking about is that public service money, that 15%, and not the other monies that can go to infrastructure, where neighborhoods can apply and get infrastructure, such as for pocket parks or whatever they want to do. That's a whole different set of money. Is that correct?
Correct. This is Danny Walters. Correct. And that would still be an open application for the neighborhoods. Absolutely.
Okay. Commissioner Larson, thank you, Dan.
Aaron, on to anything else from commissioners or anything else you need, staff? Danielle, specifically?
This is Danny Walters. I think I'm good unless Brad has any questions as we're going through the process.
All right. Thank you. Commissioners, I wanted to check in with you before we go to item number 2. If we want to take a quick recess for about 10 minutes now, or if we want to wait until 7:45, thoughts? No thoughts?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute recess then. can't mute myself though. Let me see. Ready to start heading back. Looks like we have all of our commissioners. Are we ready, Kurt? Yes. I'll go ahead and take roll. We are back. Vice Mayor Finkeldie?
Here.
Bully?
Here.
Commissioner Larson?
Here.
Shipley? Here. Mayor Nanda, we are all present and accounted for. We are ready to move on to item number 2 on our regular agenda. The second item is consider adopting Resolution 7346, setting forth procedures for the investigation of alleged violations of the city's ethics and professional conduct policy.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Assistant City Attorney Maria Garcia. The item before you tonight, as you know, is to consider adopting Resolution 7346. And that draft resolution combines the existing ethics and professional conduct policy with a clear procedure for the investigation of alleged violations of that policy. As you may recall, in November 2018, the City Commission adopted Resolution 7269, which sets out the city's ethics and professional conduct policy. Staff reported to you at that meeting that the city ethics policy is reviewed periodically. The goals were to update language that was previously adopted in the early 1990s with easier to understand language that had clear application to elected officials, appointed officials, and city employees. One thing that we as staff noticed is missing from that resolution is clear direction on how to investigate alleged violations of that newer policy. In other words, we know what the rules are from Resolution 7269, but what happens if a person is in alleged violation of those rules? So that's the question before you all tonight. So there is a pending question. Staff has before it currently a pending complaint, and it is seeking guidance on how to resolve that particular one, and then also how to handle ones that come in the future as well. So internally, staff has looked at what other cities are doing as far as enforcement of their own city ethics policies, and we found that most of the cities researched really fell into one of 4 categories on how they handle alleged complaints of alleged violations. And very briefly summarized there in the memo, they include number 1, hiring an outside investigator, and that's usually an attorney not employed by the city. A second option is by creating an ethics panel that hears complaints on pending allegations. Some ethics panels also provide advisory opinions in which a member of the governing body or a board, for example, can ask a question on whether conduct that they're thinking about taking would be in violation of the city's policy, and then the ethics panel could issue an advisory opinion on that. And then sometimes the ethics panels also make recommendations for changes to the code of ethics. A third category of option of approach is really a combination of the first 2. There are ethics panels that work in conjunction with an outside investigator. And then finally, an approach taken by a minority of jurisdictions looked at was to have investigations handled completely internally, either by the city manager's office or the city attorney's office. Staff presents to you a draft resolution to try to help with the conversation tonight, and that resolution sets forth the method for investigating alleged complaints. The first half of the resolution probably looks familiar. It's the existing code of ethics, but then there's a new section that has been added to it that sets out the investigation process, and it does employ an outside investigator to handle it. And the way that the resolution is organized is really by category of who it is that the complaint has been lodged against. So I will share screen. I have a very short PowerPoint that is really just a summary of the resolution that's posted. Let me just share screen very quickly. And I just wanted to review the major points with you. So first, if there's an allegation of a violation by a member of the governing body or a member or an appointed official, The complaint must be in writing and delivered to the city attorney. The city attorney has 30 days to conduct an initial review, which does look at whether a complaint or an allegation is sufficiently set forth, whether there's an alleged violation of the actual resolution, and whether it appears to have merit. And, you know, whether a complaint is sufficient is not really defined. The word in the resolution used is credible, and really that means non-frivolous, something that is setting forth some facts that appear to have merit. We can certainly add a definition of that. Really, this is for commission discussion tonight, but we do have language in there that would have the city attorney conduct that initial review to make sure that it's not frivolous on its face and that it does in fact set forth an allegation of the resolution. Then a copy of the complaint is delivered to the person against whom the complaint was made, the city manager and the city commissioners. The person who is accused of violating the resolution or the policy may respond under the draft language. They would have 7 days to do so. 7 days generally would mean 7 calendar days. It's not defined as 7 business days, so a more liberal interpretation would be applied, although we can certainly tighten that up a bit and say 7 business days or 7 calendar days, whatever the commission desires. The city attorney would then be tasked with presenting the complaint at the next city commission meeting. And that is the next city commission meeting after the delivery of the complaint to the commissioners and the accused person. At that meeting, the city attorney would share his or her initial review and share the opinion of the city attorney on whether an allegation is set forth and whether it is credible. The opinion of the city attorney is presumed valid under the draft language, but of course the city commission could take different action. There are 2 things the commission could do at that point. Number 1 is to dismiss the complaint, or number 2, order an investigation if it is found that, in fact, this does set forth an allegation that appears credible. If an investigation is warranted, an investigator would be selected. The city attorney could provide a list of qualified investigators, and similar to other cities that were looked at, that investigator in the proposed language would also be an attorney not employed by the city. That would be an attorney in good standing in Kansas. The investigator would have 60 days to complete that investigation unless more time is requested and granted by the mayor or the vice mayor, if it is the mayor who is under investigation. And then finally, upon completion of that investigation, the investigator would present a written report to the commission summarizing the complaint, the investigation, and the conclusion as to whether a violation of the ethics and professional conduct policy has occurred. And then at that point, the governing body determines whether further action is appropriate. Moving on to alleged violations by the city manager. That complaint alleging a violation must be delivered to the mayor, who then arranges for an executive session with the city commission. The city commission may, by consensus at that point, determine that an investigation is in fact warranted, and then the investigator is selected in the same manner as it is for an investigation against a member of the governing body or an advisory board. The city attorney presents a list of qualified applicants for investigator, and the city commission selects one of those. Same timeline applies, 60 days to complete the investigation, and then a report providing information about the complaint, the investigation, and the conclusion is provided to the governing body. The governing body then determines what further action is appropriate. And if the mayor or the city commission have questions regarding the particular investigation or other legal questions, for example, then outside counsel could be made available so that it's not the city attorney being involved in the investigation. And then finally, there's a provision about alleged violations by city employees, and this really codifies existing practices that are the complaint alleging a violation is delivered to the department director or the human resources manager, and it is investigated internally that way. The investigation shall commence in accordance with city personnel rules and any other department rules and or regulations, and shall be expeditiously completed without delay. And then finally, the draft resolution has a provision prohibiting retaliation, and it is a violation for any person to retaliate against another person who either files the complaint, cooperates in the investigation, or is the actual subject of the complaint alleging a violation of the policy. And so that's draft language for you all to consider. I'm not sure if I mentioned it at the outset. These categories are made, there are 3 of them, but it is possible to also split up the process for investigation of a violation against the governing body, and then have a separate section for an appointed official, also AKA a member of a board, an advisory board for the city. So there would be 4 categories rather than 3. But with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and I'm eager to hear your direction on this.
This is Mayor Ananda. Commissioners, what questions do you have?
Vice Mayor Finkeldie. Maria, I think I know the answer to this, but with the city manager, of course, we go into executive session because it's a personnel matter. I assume that is not available to board members. We couldn't talk about an issue like this of an appointed board member in executive session.
That's correct. Maria Garcia, Assistant City Attorney. The members of boards, advisory board members, are not considered employees of the city. They are volunteers. And so that personnel exception would not apply. And the discussion about an alleged complaint for those people in particular would be in an open meeting.
One other question, Vice Mayor Finkeldie. Is there any, I didn't see this in the resolution as drafted, but could there be consideration of what happens if someone resigns during the midst of an investigation, which I know happens a lot in investigations, and what that does to the process?
Assistant City Attorney Maria Garcia. There is not currently language in the resolution about what happens if somebody were to resign. We could certainly add language that the investigation is moot. If somebody resigns, it doesn't go forward. Really, the remedy for a violation of the resolution ultimately would be removal from the board. And so if somebody resigns before that point, then the investigation and the question really does become moot.
Vice Mayor Finkeldie, thank you. I think those are all my questions. Now I have some comments later, but that's all my questions. Thank you.
Mayor Nanda, other questions before we get a public comment? I think, Maria, you answered most of the questions that I had as you were speaking, so thank you.
Great.
Is there anyone who would like to give public comment on this item who is on our Zoom meeting? Please virtually raise your hand so that Sherry can see you.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. We have one individual, Chris Flowers. You may go ahead.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I just wanted to weigh in that I read through some of the stuff earlier today, and I like the idea of an independent investigator, I guess. I'm just kind of, I don't really like the city manager being involved in the investigation, just because he's the one that's hiring and firing people. I just wondered I don't know, it just doesn't seem like I'd want the person in charge of firing and hiring people to be the one doing investigating. And also, I just wonder if there's going to be any investigation into what was going on with the police union last year, emailing the city manager, trying to work out a secret deal to oust the police chief. So thank you.
Mayor Nanda, thank you. Sherry, is there anyone in chambers or via Zoom who would like to give public comment?
No, Mayor.
Thank you. So we will bring that up to the commission. I think that HR and the city manager or the city commission are the ones who are in charge of deciding what happens next with those investigations and bringing in an investigator to speak to Mr. Flowers' statements. That is generally how that works in Title VII, Title IX, other employment, discrimination, harassment, etc. Behavior. So I think that that would be an appropriate use of the city manager or the commission or the HR director in this instance.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldye. I guess I want to have a little discussion around maybe creating a separate category for board appointees, separate from the city commission. As we have 3 categories now, possibly making 4. As I think about this, I mean, clearly, as commissioners, we're out here in the public light, and that's fine. I guess I think maybe for board members, if we had a process in which that after that initial phase, I mean, the way it works, the way I read this now, and Maria, correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, a board member gets accused of an ethical violation. The city attorney finds that it's not credible at all. It still comes to the city commission, and we have to put it on an agenda, and we have to talk about this complaint, about a non-credible complaint about a city appointee. And it would seem to me that possibly, for city appointees, that we would, if it wasn't credible, it wouldn't necessarily come to us. We'll have some other process for that. Again, also, I was thinking about the same thing when I asked the question earlier about resignation. I mean, let's say a board member does something unethical. Now, I think it's in my mind when I think about this, I'm thinking about the very first part of the ethical duty, which is basically to break no law, right? No violations of the Constitution or statute or otherwise. I mean, it'd be different if you're accepting a bribe or something, but let's say somebody, got a DUI, right? That's an ethics violation, and that person happens to serve on the Affordable Housing Board, and there's a complaint that this person got a DUI. They should be removed from the Affordable Housing Board, and again, maybe they should, maybe they shouldn't. But if they choose to resign and not have that go forward in a public meeting, possibly let that be moot and move on. As I think some, and I've already started talking to people about being appointed to boards. It's hard enough to find people appointed to boards, and I'm a little worried about a process that allows any member of the public to say anything they want about anyone appointed, and it'll be an agenda item on our city commission agenda. So I just wonder if there's a way to look at a slightly different process for board appointees. Us city commissioners, we're used to that. We can handle that. They say all sorts of things about us all the time. And the city manager, at least we can do, or employees and personnel out of executive session. But anyway, that's my thought, and I'd like to hear what others think about that.
This is Mayor Ananda. Yeah, I mean, we were accused of treason earlier this evening. I think that I've gone back and forth on that, Vice Mayor. Given my line of work, there has been, choosing my words wisely, a stripping of protection for victims of sexual assault through Title IX because of a hyper persistent perception that most complaints about sexual abuse are false, when most of them are not. I won't pretend that I haven't received false complaints of sexual assault. They are very few and very far between. Now I know this is not that. Allegedly, in most circumstances, I hope that the appointees that we make aren't going to be experiencing those kinds of complaints, which would be part of a criminal process. But I think that we tend to overassume or overstate the likelihood of there might be malicious complaints. Someone sees me jaywalking, files a complaint, right? It is a violation of our ordinance. And that might happen with board members as well. I think about, abusive partners filing frivolous ethics complaints to humiliate someone publicly. I think that those are possibilities. And part of me would like to put this to our boards and commissions to see kind of how that process would be recommended, or some thoughts on the impact of that process or what it might have. We've had this ethics policy in place for quite a while, relatively. And we've received one complaint at this point that has caused us to have this conversation tonight. I understand the need to move forward with the complaint that we have. So I think that we're kind of having two separate conversations. Is this what we'd like permanently? And what do we want to do about this being immediately before us? But I guess, Vice Mayor, that's not an answer to your question. It's probably more questions than you brought up. But those are the kind of things that I'm weighing and considering in light of that.
This is Commissioner Bowley. I'm curious. I didn't understand that any frivolous complaint would land on our agenda. Is that the way this is set up in this proposal from staff?
Assistant City Attorney Maria Garcia. Currently, yes, the way that it's drafted is that the city attorney would be required to share every complaint with the city commission. The opinion of the city attorney is presumed valid. So if the city attorney believed that it was frivolous, then the commission would have an opportunity to agree or disagree. But yes, every complaint would go before the commission.
So in theory, this is Commissioner Bowley, in theory, someone could come up with 48 frivolous complaints about 48 board members and have an impact on our agenda simply through making the frivolous complaints.
Assistant City Attorney Maria Garcia, the way that it's drafted, yes, that I suppose that could happen.
I'm concerned about that. This is Commissioner Bowley. We would essentially be ceding our agenda to anyone who wants to make a frivolous complaint.
Commissioner Larson, I would even add to that, even more important to me is that it would be difficult on their lives. If they are all frivolous, or they're frivolous, then for that to come out in public, a discussion of that, I would hate to see anybody maligned, one of our board members or anybody for that matter. And it seems like frivolous complaints, once the complaint's made, sometimes it's hard to retract from that. So I'm very concerned about it too.
Commissioner Shipley, Vice Mayor, are you suggesting, for example, to allow the city attorney to make a decision about whether it's frivolous or not, and they would be able to say that it wouldn't come forward as far as us? Is that what you're suggesting?
Vice Mayor Finkel, I think that is, again, only as it relates to board appointees, not the other three categories, for one. I think that's one possibility. I'm open to maybe an appeal process or something if someone disagrees with the city attorney. But that's basically what I'm saying is if we have that step in the process, we should allow some mechanism there to move them on. And again, I'd look to city staff to help us with that recommendation or how other communities do it. I mean, I agree with what the mayor is saying, that, I would hope or would not expect a flood of frivolous accusations to come flying at us. But if we're going to make that statement as it relates to board appointees, I'd like an out there at some point.
This is Mayor Ananda. Would something like a complaint evaluation? So that's what I mean. That's essentially what it sounds like. Our city attorney would be asked to do is to say, you know, taking all of this is true, and there's some level of evidence present, and credibility that taking all of those facts as true. Would this be a violation of our ethics policy as part of that question? Is there ensure evidence to indicate that this is not frivolous? Is there enough evidence present to ensure, at least at first view, that this person is credible in their complaint? And then, you know, when I do a complaint evaluation through an administrative process, which is what this is, there is an appeal right baked into that. That appeal generally goes to the final arbiter in that process. So I'm wondering who that appeal would necessarily go to.
Vice Mayor Finkel, I do think, you know, you could, again, consider maybe an outside investigator at that point if the concern was that the city attorney wasn't looking at it fairly. You could maybe look at an outside investigator would be one possibility. And I guess I would say the other part as I think this through, and again, no one commented on this part, is this idea of resignation for mootness. I mean, you know, certainly someone gets, again, use the example of a DUI. Well, okay, they're convicted of a DUI. That is a violation of the law. It's a violation of our ethics policy. And, you know, whether or not we would remove them from office or if they resigned, you know, would that need to be on our city commission agenda that, you know, Frank got a DUI and he's on the Affordable Housing Board, we recommend that he be removed from the board? Is that something that's necessary as part of the process?
If there's a resignation, are you asking if there's a resignation, if that needs to be added to our agenda?
Yeah, I'm saying is if because right now there's no provision, excuse me, Vice Mayor Finkeldye, there's no provision what would happen if it was moot. I mean, day one, the complaint is made. Day two, it's found to be credible. The person's convicted of a crime, let's say. Day three, they resign. Day 25, it shows up on our agenda with the city attorney's recommendation that it is valid and they've already resigned and the only option we have is to remove them. But under this policy, we'd have to show up and we'd have to agree with them, is what I'm saying. I think we should have a specific provision in there that allows, because our only remedy is to remove them of office, and if they're no longer in office, it should be moot.
This is Mayor Ananda. I think that there's, you know, day one complaint is made, day two, our city attorney has had an opportunity to review it on day two. Then that individual has 7 days to provide a written response, during which we would not be informed of that happening. And I imagine that there may be some kind of rights and resources opportunity conversation around what their options are. If there is a resignation prior to that being on the agenda, I don't see why it would need to be on the agenda. And that we're not going to be informed before that 7 days, presumably.
Vice Mayor Finkel, I agree. I just think we should codify that in this process.
About the resignation. Sorry,
Yes.
Mayor Amanda. Thank you. This is Mayor Nanda. One other question that I kind of have outstanding is that the mayor or vice mayor can extend time. And one of the kind of thoughts that I had around that is, you know, y'all are wonderful. Commissions aren't always wonderful. And there can be space in which there could be, particularly around the city manager. If, let's say, the mayor gets along very well with the city manager, but the commission does not agree with the city manager and there is a complaint against the city manager, because we won't always have Craig. Well, I hope we have him for a very long time. If the mayor does grant time, you know, or try to extend that out in some way, and the rest of the commission would disagree with that decision by the mayor, or if it's a complaint against the mayor, by the vice mayor. I'm just wondering if a majority of the commission would be more appropriate, whether it would create too much bureaucracy around that process. Are there thoughts on that? And Maria, that includes you, if you have thoughts on that as well.
Mayor, this is Commissioner Bowley. I was thinking that if the commission wanted to have something on an agenda, they could go ahead and you know, if this is an agenda item, we could say in agenda items, we want to have this on this date. I don't know if that answers that response.
This is Mayor Nada. So it would be mayor makes that decision, but if the commission disagrees with it, it would be on the agenda that decision was made, and the commission would support or not support that decision.
Assistant City Attorney Maria Garcia, I think another option perhaps could be to put a cap on how many extensions there would be. So the mayor could extend it only once, for example, and then the investigator needs to provide a report.
This is Commissioner Bowley. I like Maria's response very well. That's great.
Mayor Nanda, I agree as well.
This is Commissioner Bowley. Is there some interaction with criminal statutes? Because it's possible that an ethical violation could also be a criminal violation. And is there something in here that holds this in abeyance during criminal processes?
Assistant City Attorney Maria Garcia, I don't think there is nothing that would preclude an investigation here from going forward, even if there were concurrent criminal charges. You're correct that a criminal charge could give rise to an ethics complaint, but the two can be investigated concurrently, if that's what you're asking, Commissioner Bowley.
This Commissioner Bowley, I guess my question is, do we want to have concurrent investigations? And I guess the other question would be, is that the staff's recommendation that we do concurrent investigation?
This is Mayor Ananda. I would say our ethics policy does not say conviction of. It says take any action in violation of. Just an interesting question.
Assistant City Attorney Maria Garcia, I think there could be merit, Commissioner Bowley, in perhaps pausing an ethics investigation if there's a concurrent criminal investigation, just because an outside investigator would be interviewing witnesses. That might tamper with evidence or what witnesses might say during a criminal proceeding. So I can see a situation where it would, to avoid interfering with that criminal investigation, to put the administrative portion of it on hold.
This Commissioner Bowley, the way this is written, I don't see that as an option.
This is Mayor Ananda. And again, I'm sorry to pull from my day job experience, but I think that it brings up some natural questions in relation to this that distinguish this from that process or aligns it in some ways. When there is a criminal investigation occurring, there may be instances in which we hold off on notifying a respondent of the allegation against them in cooperation with law enforcement in some ways, in some instances. But I would say also that that doesn't necessarily preclude us from continuing an investigation, particularly because our standards of evidence are different. And so we use preponderance of the evidence versus beyond a reasonable doubt, which is a much higher standard. So a conviction in criminal case may not be the same as a finding of an ethics violation. I don't know what the standard of evidence is in here. I don't believe it's been stated, and I think that that's probably something that we should address. But I think that it depends is kind of going to be the better answer.
This Commissioner, I would think that the investigators in a criminal investigation would not want us to be doing a separate investigation concurrently. That's just my understanding of the criminal process.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei, I think I agree with both Commissioner Boley and Mayor Ananda. I think there's situations in which that would be the case, and there'd be other situations where it would not be the case. I think we should probably have the ability to suspend our portion of that until the criminal investigation is over, but not require it or make it one way or the other, but to have that option within the ordinance. Vice Mayor Finkel, I would say also, again, I guess I don't want to make this too complicated, but is it, if someone violates the ethics policy, can we find that they violated the ethics policy but not remove them from the board, for example? Or obviously we could choose not to fire the city manager. As commissioners, we couldn't necessarily, we have to be removed from office. But for a board member, is there, again, maybe this is why we have a separate policy for them. For a board member, again, technically, to the mayor's point, someone is jaywalking, that's a violation of the law. We found that they violated the law. The ethics code says they shouldn't violate the law, but we don't want to remove them from office. Is that an option under the way this is written?
Assistant City Attorney Maria Garcia. Nothing is written in the current resolution before you tonight. I did look at Resolution 7224, which sets out the policy and procedure for the appointment of advisory board members. And there's a provision in there that just states generally that the advisory board members of the city shall serve at the pleasure of the governing body and may be removed at any time with or without cause. There's not a provision for other discipline aside from being removed. So if you would want specific language that's related to this ethics policy, then we could put that into the draft language because it does not exist elsewhere.
Vice Mayor Finkel, I think that's worth considering.
Yeah.
This is Mayor Ananda. So I'm kind of hearing that maybe we're not prepared to adopt this resolution this evening. I think that there's been some pretty consistent direction from many of us around things that we would like to consider differently within the ordinance. I wonder, Maria, if you need direction from us tonight regarding the complaint that has been submitted.
I might defer that question to the city manager.
It would be good if we're going to have additional time, it would be good to understand how we should undertake this, at least in this instance. City Manager Craig Owens.
Thank you, Craig.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine, I have not heard anyone object to the idea that the city attorney take 30 days to investigate to find out whether or not it's credible. It seemed like for this particular, whatever the complaint is, that step would be first, or I don't know if we've done that step, I guess, but if that step would be first, and hopefully by time we would have this back on our agenda before that was over. Just a suggestion.
City Manager Craig Owens, I detected a slight nod from Tony Wheeler, so I'm going to take that to be acceptable.
City Attorney Tony Wheeler, yes, that would be acceptable. At this point, our office has not undertaken a review of the pending complaint, but with the guidance tonight, we could do that preliminary review and report back in 30 days, or yes,
37 days, perhaps. This is Mayor Nunez. So you would have that 30 days to do that review, and then the 7 days for that individual to respond to that. And then at that point, would you then be making do you wait until you receive the response to decide what your recommendation will be as far as next steps? Or is it you make your decision and then they get to respond?
Maria, do you want to discuss City Attorney Tony Wheeler, how the draft is written currently?
Sure. So currently, the Assistant City Attorney Maria Garcia, the draft does allow for the person accused to make a response within 7 days. And the resolution also says the city attorney has up to 30 days. So I suppose if it is your direction that the city attorney wait the 7 days and see if the accused person would like to make a response, and then at that point conduct the initial review, then that can certainly be done as well. But the way it's drafted now, I suppose it would make the most sense for the 7 days to run and then the initial review to begin.
This is Mayor Nadi. Yeah, I agree. I think that reading that again, I see that more clearly, that when the respondent is made aware of the complaint as it's written, so is the governing body. I think that there is space, particularly, if you're doing a credibility analysis, to not have the respondent's at least initial response, where that might have some pretty significant and substantial information that would kind of wipe a complaint off the table on the front end. It may be useful to do that 30 days for the assessment complaint to the respondent, and excuse the language that I'm using, and then they have 7 days to provide a written response, which they would have in the first place, and then the assessment is made as to whether or not it is a as to whether or not that complaint is one that should go in front of the governing body.
Yeah, Vice Mayor Finkel, and now that I see that, I agree that we should let them respond there at the get-go. And again, if they decide to resign, then the city attorney never has to use that time or energy to investigate it. And so having that process, I think, would make sense.
This is Mayor Nada. So is that sufficient then for next steps as far as this complaint is concerned, and our commissioner is on board with that? Maria, do you feel like you have enough information from the commission to address some of the things that we brought up this evening and some of the dialogue that we've had?
Assistant City Attorney Maria Garcia, there were a lot of good points raised today. So because there were no objection really from other commissioners, I will plan on incorporating those comments into the draft if that sounds okay to the commission.
Just Mayor Nod, I'm seeing 5 nods. I'm happy to take a vote. Sherry, I don't know if we need a vote on this item. Feel free to provide guidance.
Sherry Redeman, City Clerk, since you are not adopting the resolution tonight, you're just providing direction, we do not need a motion on that. I have taken down the notes as well, so I'll include the direction that you all have provided in the minutes.
Mayor Nanda, thank you. Commissioners, anything else before we move on? Okay, thank you, Maria, for all of your work on this. So we are ready to move on to item 3, receive staff update and adopt on first reading ordinance 9822, granting Black Hills Kansas Gas Utility Company LLC, Black Hills Energy, a Kansas corporation, a non-exclusive gas franchise.
Good evening, Mayor Nanda, Vice Mayor Finkeldine, and Commissioners. Thank you for having me. My name is Enrico Villegas, and I'm with the Municipal Services and Operations Department, and I serve as the Right-of-Way Program Administrator for the city. Before I begin tonight's discussion, I would like to share that we have Black Hills representation with us tonight, Mario Gradius. He is the operations manager that oversees the Lawrence area. James Williams, he is the community affairs program manager. And really the two of them were very instrumental in us coming together to form a mutual proposed ordinance for you all tonight. So we are in agreement with that. And so I would like to structure tonight's discussion, at least on my part, really in kind of three phases, from a past, present, and future perspective. And I think that would be helpful to allow everyone to have a holistic perspective on how this ordinance ended up on your agenda tonight for your consideration. So I'm going to go a little abstract with this. But if we were to get into a time machine and go back to June of 2019, the significance of June of 2019 was that the governing body at the time had adopted and passed several code revisions with the city, and in turn had adopted administrative regulations. And those code changes and revisions was really what kickstarted the right-of-way program. And in turn, my position was born. So my position is new to the city, as am I, as of June of 2019. So if we stay in that time machine, if you will, and go back any month before that, the reason why the commission at the time adopted those was because right-of-way management wasn't handled very effectively. And so what I mean by that is maybe multiple staff members and all their other duties were trying to also help in some capacity with right-of-way, but it wasn't very effective. So if a plumber, for example, had to cut the street and remove sections of curb, we may or may not have known about it. And we may or may not have seen the repair of that work. So if the repair of that work failed, the city would then have to pay for that in order to fix it. So the administrative regulations and those code changes now require all users to have permits. We have warranty inspections and things like that. So if the repair doesn't hold up to the test of time, we can go back on them and have them repair that at their cost and not the city's. So in turn, if we fast forward in our time machine a little bit to November of last year, I had taken the time to really familiarize myself with our codes relevant to the right-of-way, our administrative regulations, and our franchise agreements. And so a brief introduction for those on the Zoom call that may not know what a franchise agreement means or what its purpose is. A franchise agreement allows for a utility provider to install, operate, and maintain their private infrastructure within our public rights-of-way, assuming they're going to be providing a service. And that's really kind of the key aspect there, the key component of that. And that could be power, electric, gas, communications. And so with that in mind, in that review, I had noticed that there was an irregularity, if you will, with one of our agreements. And that in particular was the Black Hills Energy franchise agreement. And certain provisions of that agreement stated that they would pay for 3% of gross receipts and not pay for right-of-way permit fees. And when compared to the other franchise agreements that we have with other utility providers, that was really a stark contrast compared to them. So at that point, city staff had gotten together and kind of had preliminary discussions about this issue. And there was a unanimous feeling right away that it needed to be corrected. So if we fast forward a little bit in our time machine to February of 19, we had a formal face-to-face with Black Hills, and that kind of served two purposes. That was a meet and greet to get to know one another, but that was also to discuss our city's intentions of why we're here. And we shared with them that we wanted to go from 3 to 5% and have them pay for right-of-way permit fees. And we all left the meeting, I think, on a positive note. And so everyone felt pretty good about that. But then also at that same time, the world changed and COVID-19 pandemic happened. So for obvious reasons, we halted the discussions, and that became a lower item on the totem pole. And we had dropped that for several months, really. And then in May, staff had gotten together and discussed really what do we want to do with this? Is this something that we still want to consider? Just drop it. So we wanted to keep the options open. And so to satisfy one provision of the Black Hills franchise agreement, we sent a formal letter to them, letting them know that we would like to keep our window open, but also to hit the pause button right away and then revisit this in 6 months, 4 to 6 months. It was some time frame like that. And that would give everyone plenty of time to get kind of adjusted to the new normal and the new expectations everyone has. And so with that, from May, fast forward to kind of almost to where we are now in early November, we ramped up those discussions again and discussed, is this something that we still want to pursue? What are some of our avenues here of correcting some of these issues, really kind of shoring up this franchise agreement to equalize the playing field. And we thought that the best opportunity or the best things that we could come up with were to have them at least pay for right-of-way permit fees to start and have a 1-year franchise agreement. And under normal circumstances, you would have a 5-year initial agreement and then optional 5-year periods after that. But we felt that minimizing it to the 1 year where it expires would give us plenty of time to see how COVID plays out, and also keep the window open of potentially revisiting to that 5%. Obviously, that would fall within the discretion of the governing body, whether we eventually go to the 5% or some other percentage. But that's our intent with that. And so we had several discussions over Zoom and over phone call and email with Black Hills. And throughout all the iterations of the ordinances that we have had, we finally arrived at the one that is at your table tonight for discussion. And that's really kind of a general overview of everything that I have. And James and Mario had shared with me that they would like to make a presentation to you all as well. So I'll turn it over to them before we get into discussion. Thank you.
This is Mayor Ananda. Please go ahead with your brief presentation.
Hey, Mario, I think you're on mute. Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Margaret is Black Hills Energy. Hello, everyone. My name is Margaret Isaga, like I said, and I'm the Black Hills Energy Operations Manager, where I have the great honor of overseeing service delivery for Lawrence. I want to take a few moments to share how to partner with the city to deliver natural gas to 35,000 customers locally. But first, I want to recognize everyone struggling through the pandemic. It's challenged all of us in different ways. So when we're going to get tough, we need to rely on a strong relationship to get us through. I'm really proud to say that the city is one of those strong relationships. I hope the commission feels the same way. When I arrived in Lawrence almost 2 years ago, building this relationship was a priority. We welcomed City Manager Owens and have met with him regularly, and now expect him to ask about best practices in our company and other communities. Tonight, we're just going to be talking about one of those best practices. To help educate everybody, franchises are an agreement to allow us to work in the city right away. An agreement has what is a window that gives the city an opportunity to renegotiate terms through the agreement. Unfortunately, this negotiation window happened during this pandemic, and both sides agreed it does not benefit anyone to identify new terms of the agreement during this challenging times. So we came up and agreed to what we think is the best practice, a way to cap costs for permit fees in 2021, while extending our window to talk again when hopefully things get better for everybody. Permit and franchise fees are a pass-through cost, and we agree the city to look, and we, excuse me, I apologize. Permit fees and pass-through costs, and we agree with the city to look at these carefully to protect our shared community. We applaud the city and share the concerns for the health of Lawrence. Things are different now, and how we do business is different now. But really, through it all, our relationship with the city is better, and we look forward to the next year and continued talks. I'd like to turn it over to our Community Affairs Manager, James Williams, and then I'll stand by for questions. Hi, everybody. James Williams, Community Affairs Manager, Black Hills Energy. I've really had the privilege of working with your staff on the agreement presented tonight. I also oversee our company's community giving and volunteerism efforts in Lawrence. First, I'd like to sincerely recognize the hard work of your team that they performed to get us here tonight. I'm personally proud to say that Enrico and Dave Wagner and Randy Larkin and others have all been great community partners through the process. The pandemic has made that process different than what it would normally be. But together, as Enrico said, we're in agreement with the proposal tonight. The other part of my job is making sure that Black Hills Energy is upholding its responsibility as a community partner. And I'd like to share a few examples of how we're doing that. At the beginning of the year, we donated all our old iPads to CASA of Douglas County. And today those iPads are now a critical part of their mission to ensure volunteers can keep an eye on kids in the foster care system. When the pandemic hit, we pledged approximately $8,000 locally to community organizations to help people respond. One of those organizations we helped went to the Ballard Center, where they share with us how our contribution kept families from being evicted during the pandemic. In April,
We partnered with the Arbor Day Foundation to deliver more than 100 trees to Lawrencians for Earth Day. And I think I saw on Twitter that Commissioner Shipley might have signed up for 2. Once matured, these trees can save a homeowner up to 20% on their energy costs. We're an avid supporter of the Lawrence Chamber of Commerce by supporting multiple events, including their annual meeting and a recent discussion with the KU's new Executive Vice Chancellor. We're also a key community sponsor of the Lawrence EDC to help attract and diversify the Lawrence economy. Black Hills Energy recently completed its annual United Way campaign, and I'm incredibly proud to say that our Lawrence office had one of the most successful campaigns in our company by raising more than $13,000 and having nearly a 70% participation rate. And soon, hopefully very soon, we'll be making a major 6-figure announcement about funds to help with utility assistance in Douglas County. Although our average bill in Kansas is just over $50 a month, we do realize that that's still a lot of money to some people, and we want everyone to afford the ability to keep their homes comfortable. Finally, I do want to talk about sustainability. We made a major announcement that's pledged to reduce our carbon intensity by 50% by 2035. And we think it's a goal that's realistic and doesn't pass significant costs onto our customers. We're what's called a dual fuel utility, so we have natural gas and electric in other parts of the country. We offer renewable electricity in other parts of the country, but we see that natural gas has an important part to play in a sustainable future. We need to be inclusive and open to all opinions and options to ensure that the most vulnerable are not left behind and that businesses can still afford to provide local jobs. The last we heard, we were the only energy company to reach out to the Sustainability Committee. Just like we're committed to being a partner by finding a best practice for the Lawrence permit process, we want to be a community partner and participant in the conversation to help Lawrencians achieve sensible emission reductions. In conclusion, everyone wins when we work together. And it's my view that our partnership with the City of Lawrence is as strong as it's ever been. We support the proposal tonight and look forward to ongoing talks with your staff.
Mayor Nanda, thank you. Enrico, Mario, and James for that information. Thanks for talking about some of the things that Black Hills is doing in our community. And Enrico, thank you for that broad perspective on kind of where this has been, where it's going. That's appreciated. Are there any questions from commissioners?
Commissioner Larson, I do have a question for James. And I just want to thank you and thank Black Hills for the investment into our community with the programs that you talked about. And then the other one is you had talked about reducing to 50% by 2035. What's the transition? What are you transitioning to for that?
Yeah, so our greenhouse gas emissions are evaluated in a couple forms within our utilities, methane and carbon dioxide. And natural gas is composed of about 99% methane, and methane emissions are calculated based upon the potential of leaks during transportation and distribution of natural gas. We've cut our natural gas utility emissions intensity by a third since 2005, and it's something that we're going to continue to work on, tightening our system up until 2035 to help achieve those emission reductions.
So you said natural gas has got 99% methane. Is that what you said?
Correct.
Is that renewable? Is that something that's renewable? Are you getting that from a renewable source? Let me say that.
Currently, we're not. We buy that off of pipelines across the country. Renewable natural gas is something that we're looking at. It is emerging technology, and there will be a broader community discussion about renewable energy. I know it's slated for early 2021 was the last I heard there, and we certainly want to be a part of those discussions.
Thank you very much. I did have just one more, just a comment that we signed an ordinance here.
Say your name. Sorry to interrupt. Can I have you say your name?
Commissioner Larson. Okay. So now I forgot what I was going to say.
I apologize.
No, that's okay. That's okay. So we passed an ordinance a few months back with the goal to become 100% renewable energy by 2035. Is that something that would be considered, that Black Hills would look at considering? I know you're looking at 50%. Is there any way to strengthen that goal?
You know, I think right now, in the middle of the pandemic, we would feel much more comfortable having those conversations after we have a better idea of what this pandemic looks like. In 2021, we definitely want to be a part of those for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, none other questions before we get a public comment on this item? If you would like to provide public comment on this item and you're via Zoom, please raise your hand virtually.
Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. It looks like we do have one individual who would like to provide comment on this item. Michael Allman, if you want to go ahead and state your name, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. This is Michael Allman with Sustainability Action Network. Thank you, Commissioner Larson, for bringing up those questions about renewable natural gas. That's particularly what I wrote about in the letter, which I assume you all have read. Yes, the goals that the city of Lawrence settled on, it was adopted 3rd of March this year. There's quite a bit of symmetry in those goals. For instance, the amount of goals, the deadline goals for municipal 100% renewable energy and community-wide 100% renewable energy. Symmetry for electricity community-wide and all energy sectors community-wide. There's a balance in there of how we're going about achieving this in different parts of our economy, our local economy. I think it's a well-written resolution and an ordinance. But there's one area that's lacking in symmetry. That ordinance refers to all energy sectors, including but not necessarily limited to electricity, heating and cooling, and transportation. Heating and cooling pretty much refers to natural gas. Also, there's some symmetry in here that in addition to the goals, there's specifically spelled out participating in direct renewable participation service agreement with Evergy. There is no such symmetry with Black Hills Energy. And there's a good reason for that. They're not offering it. With Evergy and pretty much any electric utility, they're all pledged to go to renewable electricity, and they're offering it in various ways to individuals or communities. With natural gas, with Black Hills Energy, it's not being offered. So the only way that Lawrence is going to achieve 2035 goal with natural gas is if the city commission asks for it from Black Hills Energy. They're not going to be offering it because they don't have it. The discussion will have to take place very soon because this franchise agreement is your chance, your opportunity to make that request. And it's for 1 year until December 2021. And then it goes to 5 years renewable to another 5 years. And then we're at 2030, which is the deadline that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change says we have to achieve it by 2030. So this is your opportunity to put it in your franchise agreement to request that they investigate and then move towards renewable biogas methane.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you very much.
This is Mayor Nunda. Sherry, is there anyone else who wanted to give public comment in chambers or via Zoom?
No, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we will bring this back up to the commission.
Commissioner Larson here. I just want to make sure I understand that this 1-year agreement actually ends in December 2021. There's no chance to renew it. Is that correct? We're going to renegotiate the whole contract. Is that right?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Yes, this current, what we're doing is extending the term of the previous franchise ordinance, which expires here in a couple weeks. We're extending it out 1 year, and the purpose, and then what we're going to do over this next year is negotiate a new one. And Black Hills agreed to that, and we'll just have to give notice 180 days ahead of time, and then we will renegotiate a new franchise ordinance over 2021.
Mr. Larson, thank you very much. So this next year is our opportunity to have those discussions regarding renewable energies. Is that my understanding?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Yes, that could be a subject of it. We were going to talk more in depth on right-of-way fees, the percentage of the franchise fees, those types of things. So that everything's going to be on the table when we discuss this.
Mr. Larson, thank you, Randy.
Mayor Nanda, anything else from the commission?
Vice Mayor Finkel, aye. Hearing nothing, I would move that we adopt on first reading ordinance number 9822, granting Black Hills Kansas Gas Utility Company LLC, DBA Black Hills Energy, a Kansas corporation, a non-exclusive gas franchise.
Commissioner Shipley, a second. Mayor Nanda, we have a motion from Vice Mayor Finkeldye, a second from Commissioner Shipley. Vice Mayor Finkeldye?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley? Aye. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda, aye. That passes unanimously. Thank you all for your presentations on these items. We are now ready to move on to commission items. Are there any future agenda items that a member of the commission would like to add? Are there any future work session items to add? Are there any, oh, go ahead, Commissioner Larson.
No, I'm waiting.
Oh, any other items?
Yeah, that's what, yeah. So Commissioner Larson here, and yeah, I do have another item that I would like to talk about a little bit and get some thoughts from the commissioners on. If you recall, about a month or so ago, planning gave us a presentation regarding the priority list that they had for the next 2 years. And that list was composed of about 29 different tasks that they had laid out for themselves. And a large portion of those revolved around Plan 2040, which, I would agree that is definitely one of the more important projects that we work on is getting that implementation done and the work tasks all done on that. But along with that, of the 29, 5 of them were neighborhood plans or a neighborhood study. And the way they had laid out their priority lists, they had laid out these neighborhood plans to basically, they were relegated to the bottom of the list with no indication as to what dates they would begin to be able to work on them. And I remember during discussions that, understandably, they have a full plate with everything that they're doing. And I wouldn't disagree that regarding the 2040 implementation. But I would like for the commission to discuss or have possibly work with staff on this is the idea that we look at possibly bringing on a new position with planning that would be solely dedicated to working on neighborhood plans. What I've seen in the past since I've been on the commission is that the neighborhood plans always seem to be dropped to the bottom of the list. For whatever reasons, either good or bad, but that's just what happens. So I would be interested in entertaining the idea of whether or not there would be funding available to create a position that is actually dedicated to working on these neighborhood plans. Somebody, within the department, and so that's kind of what I want to talk to with the commission about. I'd like to get these neighborhood plans moving because right now, the way I see the plan is written, we're talking 2023 at the earliest. And so I wonder if a new position would be awarded if we got funding to do that even.
Commissioner Larson, this is Commissioner Shipley. You may recall when we had that conversation that I said the exact same thing, and Vice Mayor Finkeldei and I had a common interest. We spoke with staff. I don't know if Jeff's here. I can't see everybody on here, but we asked the same question. I just wanted at that time to express my support for the addition of staff that was necessary to push that up. I think it really is best for Jeff to explain his reasoning on that, unless Craig or Brad can paraphrase him better than I could.
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services Director. Good evening, Commissioners. I think a little bit of it is, the addition of staff is a potential there, but I also think looking at the code as a whole is sometimes a good approach to also take in the instance, because there is sometimes some heaviness that comes with those codes and the way that we do it. So while I definitely understand Commissioner Larson's comment about 2023 as being the earliest on those items there, I think having some changes in codes may actually free up staff time and make it more available, so we can have staff dedicated towards those resources in the longer term. It's a longer term process for sure, but it's something we're definitely taking a look at the moment.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei, Jeff, you also talked about I know at one point we had long-term planners or neighborhood planners, and we've kind of moved away from that. What's your philosophy on dedicated planners?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services Director, having planners dedicated kind of in for the lack of a better description, a long range and a current planning kind of perspective is a little bit of it does happen in some departments, but the problem is you tend to have planners that only look in one range. So they only see in the long range. They don't understand how those day-to-day dynamics come into the planning and how to really bring those into, the course of an action. I, for one, was a long-range planner, and I usually looked 10, 15, 20 years out, but I didn't see the day-to-day interaction and how those would have impacts that would be beneficial in the way that we do the long-range planning. So a trend has been to have planners work not just in long range, but also in current planning. That way they can keep an eye on that longer view, but then see those incremental day-to-day items. And if there's an adjustment that needs to be made or a text amendment that would be beneficial to help everything out, they're able to identify that. They know the actors at play. They know the situations of where that would come up. So it makes them able to respond quicker and tend to be more accurate in those responses than a planner that solely works in just either the long range or the current planning side of things.
So Commissioner Larson, so are you saying that it wouldn't be wise to have a position that would be dedicated to working on neighborhood plans?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services Director. Commissioner, I would agree. I think it's good to have a planner that would work in those neighborhood plans, but I would hate to limit them to just being in that long range silo, because there might be something that they see in the processing of an application or a type there that might be beneficial that they could bring into that long range perspective. So I would, while always a good idea to have people available to do that kind of work, I think making sure that the position can see the whole field is just as important as getting the plans done.
So you would see merit in having at least a position that would be able to work on these neighborhood plans in addition to some of the long range plan items?
Jeff Craig, Planning Development Services Director. I would say there is merit in there. I think it's also, we have a really great staff of planners who can work in the long range. It's just about trying to free up some time and capacity that they have, because they know a lot of those intricacies and details that would help make those neighborhood plans really great. It's just a matter of getting some of those resources freed up to allow them to have that capacity available.
So Commissioner Larson, so if a new position was created, you can, the existing staff that is familiar with the neighborhood plans or this aspect of planning, that they could work on that, and then the new position could be hired to work on something totally different. I guess the idea of freeing up staff to potentially work on these plans is a great idea. But we've been talking about this since I've been on the commission, the idea that some of these neighborhood plans needed to be done. And I know the ORIAD plan was the big push, when I first got on the commission, and that finally got resolved, taken care of. But it just seems to me that at the rate we're going, we won't see any of these neighborhood plans until the mid 2020s or 2030. And I just think that just does not bode well for our whole idea that our neighborhoods need to be welcoming and safe and strong. And I would really like to consider the idea of getting a position to really start working on these plans and hitting them hard.
Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, Commissioner Larson, and the idea that we would need to wait till 2023 just is not acceptable to me. And the idea of even waiting until 2022 before we hire somebody in the next budgets phase, I'm struggling with that, because it just seems to me we need to get on this, because I've been hearing that idea, well, we can free some folks up at some point because of code changes or whatever, which is great, but it just isn't working. It's not working for the neighborhoods.
This is Mayor Nutta. I was just trying to think outside the box and look at, the reality of our budget, particularly in the middle of a pandemic, and the idea of engaging an entire neighborhood right now is not appealing, even if we had the staff to start that tomorrow. But is there space? And I might be naive in even considering these. And Craig and Diane, I think that you may be able to speak as well as Jeff to whether or not something like this would be feasible. But are there grant dollars available to provide a 3-year position in order to get that moving forward, especially looking at it from like a community safety perspective around planning? I think that there's an argument to be made for that. I also wonder if, looking at KU as a resource, are there students who may be able to provide some kind of practicum or internship based labor to take on these kinds of projects, and have a mentor or someone within the planning department to provide guidance and direction on that? But the report writing essentially piece and the data gathering piece would be relegated to an opportunity for a student to engage. And I just don't know if those are feasible necessarily, but I would be remiss if I didn't bring them up at least.
Commissioner Larson, I would just, Mayor, I would just respectfully disagree with your thought that we don't want to, the neighborhood, work with the neighborhoods during a pandemic like this. I think the neighborhoods want this, based on my conversations with them for, several years. And just the fact that unfortunately these are type of plans continue to be put at the bottom of the list. And I would like to see that stopped. I would like to see something done on it. And I do think the neighborhoods want to work. And I realize it's a pandemic, but it's going to be with us for a while. I mean, obviously we've been in it, 6-8 months, and it's still going to be here for a while. But I do think we need to get started on this sooner rather than later, and actually come up with some hard ideas on how to work these in, versus saying, well, let's see if we can free up some staff here and change code. I think we need something more solid.
City Manager Craig Owens, I appreciate the discussion and the one that we had a couple of weeks ago or a few weeks ago. And I'm coming up to speed on, kind of the history of these things, and appreciate that Jeff has been is trying to prioritize what he's doing as well, and as he's starting to exert his leadership in this. And we are building towards priority-based budgeting, which doesn't mean that we wait until everything is done. The ship keeps sailing. There's work to be done. Things continue to move on, and I appreciate that. I would appreciate I appreciate hearing this, and if I'm hearing the direction is generally universal, that the commission believes that these 5 plans are a high priority. I think I'm hearing that. I'd like to bring back something within 30 days that gives you a plan for how we would achieve those and gives you a time frame for what we would do. That's a little bit, gives us some flexibility on the means and methods that we might use. Talking about just hiring a specific employee, probably that may be the right answer, but I'd like us to have a little more flexibility in how we might achieve that. If you can give me some kind of time frame of your expectations about what you'd like to see, is this an 18-month horizon? You want to see them all completed, 6 months, 3 years? That helps me understand what your goals are, with the understanding that we are, there are lots of priorities that are hitting us and that we're trying to accommodate. And when we get into our next full budget, I expect that we'll have plans that are pursuing 5 outcome areas and building plans that have measurable outcomes and attainment of those things. That's what we're working to build. This may be a part of that and maybe a high priority, but we're going to want to assess it against what we think we've heard as far as the strategies to achieve these outcomes in a measurable way.
This Commissioner, jump in for a minute here and say that I share Commissioner Lars's concerns and frustrations. And the previous planning director said that if the commission puts money to one of these things, then that takes it up on our priority list. And frankly, I listened to what Mr. McCullough had to say, and we got a CIP project for studying 23rd Street between Iowa and Massachusetts because of the decrease in the traffic due to the west leg of the K10. That has changed the dynamic of 23rd Street, and there's a lot of commercial vacancies there that could have serious negative impacts on the abutting neighborhoods. And those resources were there, and essentially we chose not to use them. That's very frustrating for me because I'm getting different messages. And granted, we have different management, at the city manager level and the department level, but the problems are still the same and our concerns are the same. And here we are again saying, this has gone to the bottom of the list. So when you say put resources to it, we did, but it didn't happen.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei, I guess what I would like to see brought back would be something similar to what we had seen before, which is, I thought everything on that list was worthy of doing. The question is, in what order do we do it? How do we do it? And what takes priority? With Plan 2040, we're making some significant changes. How do those changes overlap with neighborhood plans? Do you create a neighborhood plan based upon the current code and then change the code? Or do we need to know what Plan 2040 is going to look like first, understand the implications on the neighborhoods, and then design the plans after that? I don't know the answer to that, but I do think it's a process we have to look at in concert. And I would also say I like Jeff's idea of looking at the code and freeing up some time it takes to work some of these projects through, and how that reflects with Plan 2040, the idea of density and the idea of infill development. And again, I think there's a lot when you talk about neighborhood plans, you talk about concerns about infill, you talk about concerns about development within the neighborhood and how it develops. And we have to understand how Plan 2040 is going to interact in the implementation of Plan 2040 as we look at those plans. So I'm not going to disagree that neighborhood plans are important. I think they are important. But I do think we have to look at it in the context of how we, what's the word I want to use, how we sequence these activities. And I think that's important, and I'd like that to be part of the consideration.
Commissioner Shipley, in addition to that, if I'm listening to planning often enough and correctly, they have on multiple occasions expressed concern that we're not working on area plans either. And so I think I would sort of echo what Vice Mayor Finkeldei is saying about how area plans play into Plan 2040. And I would put them with neighborhood plans, and if I understand how planning is feeling somewhat pressured by not knowing or having direction in those area plans.
This is Mayor Nanda. I think another key element is how it fits in with our strategy. Have prioritized neighborhoods through that. So I think that's part of that conversation as well.
Commissioner Larson, I would definitely appreciate Craig coming back with a plan, 30 days. It's fine with me, and with ideas on how we might be able to address this.
Any commissioner, this Mayor Nanda, any commissioners opposed to that plan of action proposed by the city manager? Okay. Any other items on commission items?
This is Commissioner Bowley. The Old West Lawrence had a great event to celebrate the 7th in Tennessee beacon that's been installed, and they were so happy with Amanda Saheen. I just want to mention that because, you know, she did a great job, and I think we all ought to be happy with her. I went and just parked on Tennessee north of 7th today and watched, and there's a lot of pedestrians that are going to be using this beacon, and I just want to encourage everybody to you know, use caution. It's a new feature for our streets, and it's, you know, not something that everybody's used to. And I think the pedestrians really need to make sure that they're watching to see if the cars are really going to pay attention and stop. And I think the drivers also need to use caution. So I just want to say thank you to everybody who was involved in the project. I think it's a great project, and, you know, take care, folks. You know, it's a beacon. It's not a magic solution. Okay, so thanks.
Mayor Nanda, thank you. Any other items? All right. City manager's report.
City Manager Craig Owens. There's 3 items on here. I would highlight the residential lot inventory, always an important subject for us, and there were some statistics given in that. Happy to answer any questions on that. And also draw attention to the Equitable Transportation Workshop series that we've been selected for. A really interesting group of cohort cities that we've been included with. So we're very excited to be doing that important and really nationally kind of recognized groundbreaking work. So I want to draw your attention to that. Happy to answer any questions.
This is Mayor Nanda. I think that the residential lot inventory report was certainly a surprise. I don't know that I have any questions about it, but I think that it's part of our conversation around annexation and Plan 2040 and where we go from here, especially around the conversation of affordable housing. So thank you for including that.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei, I've had some conversations with Jeff about this and others. You know, I have some concerns about the residential lot inventory and the way it's drafted. You know, I think one of the phrases I would use is it's truthful but not accurate, in the sense that it does, I think, lay out the lots accurately, you know, lay out the lots in the community, but they're not not necessarily all these lots are really inventory or lots that can be built. For example, I technically have 2 lots in my house, and if you use that map, you can find my second lot as a residential inventory lot. And but I can tell you it's been this way, and the way the house is built, it's probably never going to be another house built on that particular lot. And so, yes, it's a lot that's in the inventory. Another example would be the Weaver Mansion. It has a quote second lot, but it's yard. The yard is the second lot. Will it ever be buildable? In theory, it's buildable, so I'm not saying it's inaccurate. But when we start to use that report to say we have X lots available and X years of lots available, again, I'm not saying it's inaccurate from a truthfulness point of view, but I think we have to take that with a grain of salt and continue to try to better understand that. And I know Jeff and his group have been looking at that, but I appreciate the information. It's information we need to have. Just some of the conclusions I think we have to continue to talk about as we look at Plan 2040 and as we look at projects. We have to really understand what we're looking at and what it means.
Mayor Nanda, Vice Mayor, I agree that there is, it's hard to literally go out to each piece of property and look at that. I think that they have been winnowing that, and that's where my appreciation comes in. I think that we started out very broad and very optimistic about the availability of residential lots, and we have been consistently winnowing that down to a reality that, you know, there's not enough. And so that for me really turns that conversation toward, you know, how do we continue to when we're increasing residents, how do we continue to grow our city responsibly for our whole community? So yeah, I appreciate that there are probably some inaccuracies. There are fewer inaccuracies than there were before. Are there any other comments or questions for Craig on those items? I guess we didn't really have questions for you, Craig, sorry. If you are on our Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment on this item, please raise your hand virtually.
This is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. Mayor, there isn't anyone on Zoom that wants to comment.
Ms. Mayor Nanda, is there anyone in chambers who would like to comment?
No, Mayor.
Ms. Mayor Nanda, thank you, Sherry. All right, we are ready to look at the calendar. Anything to add, change, comment on the calendar? Okay. Well, thank goodness Stuart's back tonight because we have 2 executive sessions. Do we have a motion?
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldine. We struggled without Stuart, but I'll give it a shot. I would move to approve a motion to recess an executive session for approximately 35 minutes to discuss privileged legal communications from the city's attorneys regarding a pending legal matter pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. Justification for the executive session is to keep attorney-client privilege matters confidential at this time. The City Commission meeting will resume in its virtual format in accordance with Resolution number 7345 at the conclusion of the executive session.
This is Commissioner Bowley. I just wanted to give Brad a little practice before he became mayor.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Ms. Mayor Nanda, we have a motion from Vice Mayor Finkeldine, a second from Commissioner Bully. Vice Mayor Finkeldine?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda, aye. That passes unanimously. We will return in 35 minutes. Thank you. Rhonda, we are back. Are we ready, Kurt?
Yes.
Thank you. I will do roll very quickly. Vice Mayor Finkeldine,
Yeah.
Commissioner Bully,
Here.
Commissioner Larson,
Here.
Commissioner Shipley,
Here.
and I am Mayor Ananda. We have nothing to report. We are ready for our motion to recess into our second executive session.
Okay, I'll try it again. Vice Mayor Finkeldine, I move we recess an executive session for approximately 30 minutes to discuss a personnel matter involving a city employee pursuant to the non-elected personnel matter exception, KSA 75-4319B1. The justification for the executive session is to protect employee privacy. The City Commission meeting will resume in its virtual format in accordance with Resolution 7345 at the conclusion of the executive session. Vice Mayor Finkeldine, someone second me, please.
Commissioner Bully, I'll second.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor Finkeldine, a second from Commissioner Bully. Vice Mayor Finkeldine,
Aye.
Commissioner Bully,
Aye.
Commissioner Larson,
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley,
Aye.
Mayor Ananda, aye. That passes unanimously. We will be back in 30 minutes. Thank you. We're headed back. Everyone seconds the motion to adjourn very quickly. Don't leave Brad hanging.
Okay,
Are we-
Vice Mayor Finkeldine, I move to adjourn. Come on, let's go.
We are back and we have nothing to report. Please, we have a motion from Vice Mayor Finkeldine. Do we have a second?
I second. Commissioner Larson.
We have a second from Commissioner Larson. Vice Mayor Finkeldine?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley? Aye. Hearing on that aye, that is it. We are adjourned and we will see you in December. Have safe holidays, social distance, wear masks, and we'll see you in December. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye.
I left our camera off.